Okay. They go text.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where everybody is. I got one here. I kick it out on the, just taking the back screen and show how it does machine. How do you get like, the mirroring? Do you know how to do that?
Open the computer.
Yeah.
I like it. So, one of the things that we kind of touched on with the regulations, right? So, I wanted to kind of ask everybody, one of the things that makes the cannabis entrepreneurship different than regular startup is the regulations and the obstacles they have to face, whether it be banking or touching the plant, having any kind of regulations that you have to comply with. So it can be a disadvantage, but it can also be an advantage. So I wanted to kind of throw that out there and see what you guys thought about the different regulations and how they're affecting your business in the most profound way, whether it be positive or negative. So this one, start with Henry.
Sure. Yeah, actually, with the online platform, we always have to keep up with the changing regulations.
Just put up
Make sure that
inside the Cannadelic on the flash. Any of the stills dripping 1, 2, or 3. Just throw it in.
Criminalize and ban Delta 8 pods, for example, even though they're recreational and cannabis is legal. And so we had to go in and change the code on the website and hide those products in that. We don't visibly show them or advertising or sell them. Even though there's a lot of conventions going on in Las Vegas with a lot of companies that are trying to sell outside products. So it's a constant changing, constant evolving. You mentioned banks as well. It took us, we're a technology company, but our name is weed season. So it took us kind of like 6 months to open up a bank account at the beginning. What is it? Why is it weed season? Well, explaining it. You're back on a Citibank, shut us down after a couple months, and then now with Chase, and it's been great, but we don't know. And we get whole people.
You always have to pivot, right? And be ready to pivot. And those same things are an advantage to use like your feature that you can.
Is it on repeat?
Turn these things on and off.
Yeah, it's all right.
Should
Maybe a little
Okay.
If it stops when we're done.
Yes. All right.
All right, go back to the
Okay. Go. Thank you, my man.
Having to figure that out, it's pretty much the niche on our marketplace. The CBD marketplaces, but our thing is we house CBD, hemp, and actual cannabis all in one platform. And being able to provide that as a click of a button, buying cannabis all online, that's our thing.
Yeah, I like it. I think everybody kind of wants that, right?
I would love a drop ship. Yes. And for me, I think that in being anybody who's invested in the cannabis industry, you have to be somebody who's willing to be involved with everything that is going on. In respect to the financial or banking portion, you've gotten kicked out of city. Me too. I've gotten kicked out of, I think, every single bank that is offered here. And luckily I found solace in one. I'm not even going to say it at this point. But I'll share it with you after. But when it comes to having to pivot back and forth, I mean, that's essentially why we created this model of Next Health or Med Spa, also, being able to turn into a dispensary when needed, to be able to max essentially what we do. Also, because it's unfortunate that we have to do that, but it's also advantageous because it does allow for somebody who's not so invested in this industry, who doesn't typically find themselves as a part of the culture, willing to come into one of our places and ask questions and educate themselves, as well as be receptive to the education that we're giving. So in that way, because there's some positives and there's negatives. But I mean, in respect to processing, I've gotten kicked out of a multitude of processors, and then the processors that are currently offering, cannabis-friendly processing, the fees are 3.5% and above. And it's unfortunate that oh God, who are you talking to? oh my God, we gotta have a conversation later. But I mean, there's a lot of things in place that make it so the only people that can compete are people who are able to put up hundreds of millions of dollars to see something fail. And that's the only reason, in my opinion, that it's considered a risk industry is because everybody makes it so risky for us. But I definitely think that the only people that can be successful in all of this are people who are willing to exactly take the chance, make the change, and just kind of wake up to understanding that you may have to change your whole processing system today, and all of your staff has to be okay with that. That's not something that the consumer, anybody even working for you during staffing shortages is going to be okay with. So definitely, there are a lot of problems associated with that, but as long as we're somebody who can keep up with all of that, I definitely think they'll be successful. And the pandemic has shown us more than anything that we last or you.
Yeah, being able to change, we experienced that we host events. We're a startup, which is why I decided to, moderate this panel. And, we've been doing events for years, and then all of a sudden COVID put a stop on all of that. And naturally, an interactive morning show that we started to do, where people can come together and interact on that show with each other, right? It was taking the place of these events, right? So you kind of like evolve with it. Sometimes it just goes kind of lines. So that's what I mean about having these challenges can kind of turn into these regulations can kind of turn into something positive. And COVID showed us that as well. With cannabis being deemed essential, COVID is pretty incredible. That the government would kind of do something like that after so many years of.
Yeah, that was a big turnaround. In the beginning, they closed down dispensaries, and then they said, "Well, no, it's essential." That was huge.
Yeah, but we celebrate that day.
That was a huge shift on the opinion of the government. To deem it medically necessary to stay open, I think was a huge shift by the government too. And it opens that door for us to be able to continue to get into it.
Agreed. And the regulation shifts that can happen overnight for a lot of reasons that it's so risky. There's a certain type of, I think, personality, there's a certain type of person to be.
This is the years that I listened to.
So many different things, so many different businesses go in different directions. So, Scott, have you seen any challenges and seen any opportunity in any regulations and any challenges in these things?
I see plenty of opportunities. I haven't experienced too many of the challenges other than a couple of accounts being shut down, but I haven't really seen too many of the challenges because I don't physically touch the product. They're going to come to me first to get the medical part, and then they're going to bring their product to me. I'm going to teach them how to do infusions and things like that, how to stretch that product a little longer, how to save money on it. So if they're using their product, their medicine that's legally prescribed for them, then I don't have regulations as far as that goes, but have had a few issues with banking. And that's probably the biggest challenge for most people.
Yeah, across the board. Deontay.
So, regulations like this because it's like 10 years ago, none of this was really possible. Now, in the future, looking at ever-changing space, all and for me, it's just like what you said. I think that taking the risk now is important. There's going to be so many things that can change it. It's very smart. Then once everything comes from the legal and legalize everything,
What's the name? This is the website to go watch this.
I do have YouTube.
In terms of the D&D space for me, I'm kind of like similar to Airbnb. We kind of already forced every state to kind of run regulations around D&D. So people are doing the regulations to take advantage of the certain amounts, and they want to come in. So regulation part when it comes to
Which one?
Is it 954?
754.
Understand
754.
like how what is the guidelines?
234
I know that there's
7154.
some kind of hospitality accommodation bill that's coming out.
Thank you.
Standard for all accommodation spaces. So I'm waiting for that to be finalized.
I have a crew of 6 people. The only one that shows up is the idiot.
Curious subject, that changes.
This is all research, but
Yeah,
essential.
I'm waiting on the other one guy. The one that said it'll be at 8:40. I'm like, yeah, you're an hour late. I go down. But 2 people.
Maybe that's why I can see it.
I will say that there was one thing interesting this week that did come out. That's one of the only positives that I've been able to see at the surface level, which was the ability to restrict patients to get.
So use your flash.
I've been treated.
I got them already.
Extremely beneficial for
Who
business,
is this
as
guy?
well as anybody who can
That's
touch
okay, then
this
take
in
you
the
out.
industry.
No, what they're sick is.
I'm surprised that.
Go next door.
No, I didn't.
Okay, go next door. Yeah, oh, get the other panel. There's a panel there too.
Yeah, it was weird, really weird to get an account shut down.
Goodness. Great.
I didn't touch it. You understand I'm doing education, are you gonna?
Turn off our video chat at like 12:30.
Oh, I did, so. I got all the money out of it, but.
She's wearing this cute little pink outfit.
Fortunately,
Yeah,
we
she'll
used to
take
tell
it off.
people
She's
all the
a
time that it's so much.
Yeah, they work with me.
So
Have you ever seen them before?
take, as far away from possible. And it's like, this huge red flag. We were talking about YouTube. We did it so far as cannabis school.
She's been working for me for 5 years. You don't remember her? So,
But the name of our.
Okay,
Um,
I'm standing here.
I think it's
And
it's
Andres.
easy to kind of talk about like these.
I came in.
and things like that, but what
There's
about,
not a pizza up there.
what's coming? How you guys
Pizza up
prepare
there.
for
Yeah.
what's coming? You know, we have to pivot,
Is that
we know we have to
center?
pay close attention to what's
No,
happening.
she doesn't go until 10.
Federal legalization, what changes like to the medical program here, where, something as simple as not having a wait period for your card, right? Changes the dynamics of the business completely. If they approve telehealth for initial visits in Florida, that would change the game absolutely completely to where you would have to change the business model. So, how are you guys preparing for pending federal legalization, pending, state changes, or making any, building anything into your business plan?
Correction.
Yeah, well, actually, on Beansies.com, you can already upload your medical card and then kind of on your profile, save it.
Gets mad when I call him donkey.
When they changed the late parents,
It's like my best friend.
you already verified everyone's ID. So, we
Daddy, I have
think
to.
ahead of what comes next.
You want the
What
floor?
other challenges they could ask?
No, keep you
Like
on the
this,
floor.
the whole
You want
shipping
the
with
floor?
the it's that.
We're out of batteries.
That signed up.
Just take those for now. What do we need
We
for?
had it up,
He wants the floor.
I don't have 4.
4 months before.
I don't know where the batteries are.
So it's staying ahead and staying aware of
Slow triple F.
what's going on.
This is
Are they ready?
So for us, it's more so looking to the west, be able to essentially predict what will happen. So, you see places like, I don't know, if you're familiar with the wolf down
I was trying to get the lights.
So they were one of the first consumption lounges allowed in West Hollywood. It was an amazing business model. You had the ability to purchase, consume, and indulge in other delicious foods. And essentially spend your whole day, I wouldn't even spend a week there. But just in there alone. And I saw that you were still unable in this industry to have something where you could have
Just use them for now.
multiple
Till we can figure it
so
out.
that's why we separated a multitude of our business models to allow for what the inevitable when they come in here, for example, when you break everything up, have more of a, like a micro licensing versus a seed sale.
This is a new car for his
integrated model. And, just
I said that your car
prepared
seat
to do
was
that. I mean,
like
worst
a
case,
big
just
one.
put them all back
Smells
together.
like-
But it's, I think that the only way to be successful over here,
Last
since
night, I
Florida,
see that your car
oddly
also
enough,
has
is so
a
far
new
behind in
They
so
come,
many
go,
brands in
cars open.
comparison.
And
But
I
I
was quick to go.
think that the only way to be successful is to be predicting what's happening.
I'll keep you posted on what's happening on the West Coast. We're learning a lot about what's happening in California, Oklahoma. We have very, different types of laws very close together. California law is crumbled underneath the weight
I
of
can't believe I
these
got this.
millions of different licenses and
I was thinking,
commissions.
he's on a short one right now.
Processing.
So they're talking like we're doing.
So it's really, trying and hoping that we're looking to
Thank God.
learn.
Stick out here.
Sincere hopes that we're holding that.
Yeah, he's like a giant. Yeah, it does too.
No? So I wanted to touch on something that I think is really important. This is something that I.
The other side.
Everybody.
Took the turmeric and fish oil.
I know not everybody started it. I did.
So this is just a 9:45.
So.
I mean, 9 o'clock.
I thought everybody on here, I thought that was the end.
Is everybody come from?
Back in middle school.
Yeah,
The back.
pretty much.
Try to walk on.
I'm an oddball.
I actually did start on this. I started in bike. Really? Yes.
I have.
So I learned a little, I think.
Where's the ball on your house?
It's too early, but I could like that stage like a stadium right now. If you see, the panels, they're diffused, but you figure everybody coming in here got really fucked up. They're, on something, that you don't want to blow them out at 8 in the morning.
You win again.
Good, so the people watching the stream is like, is that a video camera? Yeah. And a regular camera. And a regular camera.
Yeah, now, every change in
Yeah, but I'm small. You can shoot video with that. There's a button that says on top.
Come to a conference like this, you also be able to look from the
The screens are good.
I think it's definitely coming. Because I've never.
This guy so loud.
I
So
get
monotone.
But operating in the gray area is nice, like this. Once things get illegal, then it's like, okay, now you have to.
Like 4 o'clock. It's like a 1970s film. It's like the bee will follow the flower. Okay. Where the fuck are these guys? Huh? I said, where the fuck are these guys?
I like how you're identify the gap in the market there, you stumble across it, okay.
Well, you don't want to get out. You don't want to hear. You don't want to know.
Yeah.
Of course I want. Well, you look at the lot, you got good YouTube books.
You get the weeds and start to pull up, take it around.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just for luggage, yeah. There's a box that goes up. Yeah, other nice, at some point, when people come to.
So yeah, so with the Wheaties app, the Wheaties mobile app rolling out next month, you'll be able to see where the trucks are, where the vending machines are at all times. We'll drive traffic to the venues that are having their vending machines. You'll be able to place an order and we'll pick it up at the truck.
Just right down the road, past our hotel. Yeah, yes, I think Walgreens. You want to go get a pack of double A batteries. Yeah, that's what she said.
See him coming down the street.
Right.
White label, yeah. I'm not gonna say if or if I do not, be, can't confirm or deny. Those are cool experiences. You know, they have a put up their own
Yeah, 1.3. That's what she said. Because I went this morning to TD Bank. It was right down the road. I was in for restaurants too, but I couldn't.
And then that vision came after consumers again, right? It opened the mind.
That was actually my next
Just
question.
get one.
Did anybody else have
Get the
that
biggest
sort of
bag.
moment?
Just get one. It's 12 for 8 months, I think. 12 batteries. Like 18, I think.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things where you get in a circle and then like that stuff is just. After
Trace
trying
is
to
on
solve
its way
world
up, so
hunger,
we
then you're
should
like,
be
well, what about
covered.
if we
Yeah, we're going down to
a
the floor.
food truck, so we don't.
Yeah, then we're going down to the floor. Once you get back. Having a hard enough time hearing them, just keeping it down. Not a hard time. I get just so many cool franchises. Go find them.
But let's face it, everybody has these ideas, especially as a consumer. Most just fail to execute on it. And if you have that drive, dedication, and determination to follow through with those ideas, then you can achieve anything. It doesn't matter what you've ever done with your career, where your passion is, what industry you've ever been involved in. This industry needs it, whether it's real estate or insurance or IT or security or transportation or logistics. Anything that you've done in the past can be related to this industry. You have to find your niche and where you want to be in it and where you're going to be the happiest.
Persistence is a big deal as well. You know,
Absolutely, persistence, the consistency, you know, it's an industry that's ever changing, it's always changing, it's evolving, right? You know, but consistency has to be, your consistency, your drive, your motivation, your passion. You're not passionate about building something from scratch, and like challenges. You know, in any industry, you're not gonna be, you have to be passionate about it, you have to want to grow in it, you have to want to see it through. And execution is key. Ideas that I'm trying to follow, and if you're filled with ideas that are not filled,
One of the okay might be when I get up here. One of the wires is coming off here.
That's the was discussion about how.
It's, I think, no, I'm running a line. I'm running that from the headphone line. No, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's this one.
We had our stage shut down. Because I don't have one stretch of
Because of the word.
I have no idea that we need to be an explanation.
It's because of the word.
Try swapping with number 2.
They didn't have any
He's
pictures
got
of
the other handheld.
all I had was
Where's
some
number two?
videos,
Next to Pete.
That's all I
The
got.
guy next to Pete. Yeah, try that. And then turn his off. No, I know. That's what I'm working on now. Kill it. Andres, kill it. Kill it. Kill it. It's off. Yeah.
You can't show yourself smoking, you can't show yourself saying the word weed, you can't say marijuana, you can't say cannabis, you can't say any.
One day.
Sorry.
One day.
One day.
Put in that box right there.
Sometimes.
But if you can do something dance, you can make it.
Yeah.
You can be a star.
You can be a star. No ego. No ego.
Exactly.
But what's the platform to change the rules?
We're getting double. We're getting double. let's try.
One of the issues that I find is,
What do we have? We have four handhelds that are wired. Let's just make sure that those four are first to be used. That's over there. And,
Yeah, I'm managed. I don't know if anybody else is doing it.
there you go.
I'm gonna do
Yeah, I
something.
was gonna turn on the lights, but if it's an 8 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
fucking kick their ass off. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go next door. Okay.
All right.
That.
Should at least be able to get your friends and family. Like,
Yeah.
You can track the drop off, like it should. Shadow it.
See.
It really is, and it's like, well, you've always been sitting here, once you change it off,
I don't even feel like that will happen because we were writing the guidelines of the community before anything that they come into play. So I don't think that anything involved in this industry is in respect to advertisements is out there to us.
You have expungement and.
Yeah, on all levels,
For-
down to Google Ads,
But-
down to Google Ads. Yeah.
but well, I think that we're having a hard time getting people to adjust to the idea of using cannabis. To get those same people now to use crypto to buy their cannabis, that's a tough battle. But getting back to the standards changing, I was downstairs with Randy Lanier yesterday, talking about you can allegedly walk up to some of those booths and buy some cannabis, but he did 27 years in federal prison for cannabis. So those standards are shifting and changing. But on these social media platforms, that's another thing for entrepreneurs to get into. If you're really good at studying those algorithms, I have one friend who's getting 15 to 16 million views a month on Facebook. He's getting those 500 to 1,000 shares on posting back because he's studying those algorithms.
Everything good?
But there are many opportunities that you're seeking out there.
That mic,
So if you have
that shit sucks. So just keep it
That's kind of key.
Because it was giving her like mad feedback because we plugged her monitors into the board. She was getting like mad static. So it's just faulty on
Do you
what's
guys
going on.
have any kind of like things that visuals that you do?
Go your chair. Nah, shit, I wasn't even sitting. if I sit down, I'm like, oh.
Last night was crazy.
Yeah, I was. Where, over here at the Hilton?
Oh, no, fuck no. I went there, but then I went to Wynwood, then I went to Hollywood.
Oh,
You guys stay, stay on track.
That's manifest. So I have a couple events. I have the key placements on which I would try to come in and take a big time. So I bought a key box, right? Where it holds like 100 keys. And I placed up that key next to the 2 keys. I placed the key box. So it's my visualization. I have 100 bands. So that's I execute on my vision by having a visualization, a physical visualization. And in my office, I pass by it, and that key box is closed, but in my head is 100 keys. You gotta you gotta manifest your vision, your idea into a reality. Have two keys, those are the 2 keys that are being used right now, but there's 100 keys, there's 100 bands also being used.
That's amazing. I love that. I love doing stuff like that. Anybody else have?
So for me, it's how I stay motivated is the feedback that I get from just me building this type of platform that I'm doing. I stay with my guests at my house, so I'm able to talk. And every time I talk about what I'm doing, everybody has such a positive response to it. So that kind of keeps me going up every day, being able to get up at 6 a.m. and go just to deal with the challenges of entrepreneurship and cash flow issues and banking and HR and having to deal with funding. So I find it more, it kind of gives me like something to do, a purpose, so I just enjoy to do that.
that's kind of.
I personally find that no one up here continues to do what they're doing. No one else will. I'm sure there's 1,000 people that will come in and do their own thing, but those are also not the people that we want speaking for us. So you will either speak for the benefit of everybody, or you will allow someone to just use their words to make everything happen. It is so, yeah, there are so many people, just as you're speaking, you have people that are walking around remembering how much time they did for something so small and ridiculous to us right now, but so taboo just a couple years ago. And every time you're able to remember that when you light a joint, you're not going to have somebody put you in handcuffs, it has to fuel you to continue to do more. I mean, in any type of like minority community, you need to be fighting for those people that aren't able to speak, the people who are in handcuffs right now.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What I find is I have to focus on the positive. Keep thinking about everything that I have accomplished. Keep focusing on everything that has gone right. I don't look at the things that didn't happen, the meetings that got canceled, or just say, well, it wasn't meant to be, and move on from that. And go find that next positive thing.
I work on it like daily, and I think it's I try and keep the Bruce Lee saying, "Be like water, flow with what's going on." And you know, it couldn't be more relevant than the space, because you kind of have to be able to. That's going to be your business plan. You got to be able to move. You got to be able to go along with it. And you know, sometimes things happen and you don't realize that they're happening. It can change the whole thing. Where you know when we came up with this event, out of necessity. We needed to do something. We found ourselves in a position where, like you were saying, I don't know who else would do it. You know, I don't know who else could bring these people together, these people and the venue and decide that. I was like, and I would say this, I'm like, I don't think anybody else can do this. I don't think anybody else is in the right position right now to do this. We have to do this. And it kind of like was like this thing exists and we have to make it happen. You know, like we have to like bring it into reality. And that's what I was just like visualizing.
I think it's very interesting that people here realizing that we ourselves are the pioneers of the industry, and it's not so much like anything at all. It's set in stone. So we are creating everything. There's no standardization of anything. So that's a problem.
Yeah, I think you gotta
There's no standard.
Because all these are for like splitting.
You're doing cannabis? It was like the least likely person in my group that to actually come up with a cannabis company or a cannabis related company. It's a shock to my family, my friends, and you know, so it's something that.
But it's all a part of just like education and awareness.
I think that's only connected to the streaming service.
And like this,
So that you can pick up the focus.
you know, people were pushing the kids into cannabis and learning about it now, and they're gonna wait to do
Small
it. Understand why people are not.
who's using
It's not just
to so many.
If you sit in that audience and hear the testimonies up here and hear how these people have used the cannabis and the psychedelics to heal, that's been the best part for me. To be able to hear that and see the results that it's made in their lives, I know that it can make a difference in everybody else's life as well. There are far more people out there who need it that have never experienced it. And it's events like this that bring that to the forefront. Whether it's good press or bad press about it, it's events like this that need to happen. And if we continue to support events like this, then more people can gain that benefit.
Last question. Can you smoke first thing in the morning and be productive? Yes, for the day. This is human.
It's a sativa.
Prime example, like right now.
Where are you finding those sativas?
Yeah.
The answer to that is yes, and it doesn't have to be smoke, but you can consume
You guys
and be
are
productive all
on
day.
Airbnb?
Absolutely.
No, my friends are down here. No way, I'm out with them. I'm going back to the house. Their house.
And that's the point.
5 in the morning.
You have someone that thinks that they're watching someone who's my size join by themselves at exactly 3 times more meeting.
And then I came here.
No, it's completely different. And that's the necessity to establish standardizations and education.
That's like
That's
2
the
hours.
first question I get people is moving to first thing in the morning. Morning show at 7:10 a.m.
Yeah.
How are you so productive after doing that? You're waking up every morning and doing something like that. Well, that's why I'm so productive. It's because I'm able to do that in the morning. And I'm able to be productive. But knowing where your limits are is also something that I've experienced this weekend. Right? So we had friends come in that are really dad connoisseurs. And we are trying to, focus on bringing people down and stuff. And we're trying to focus on making them sit on the computer. I remember doing this previously when I had a dad pet next to me all the time. And I would hit it while I'm working. And I just realized that this is where self-regulation comes into play. I was like, I can't work. Like, I can't stand sitting there working. Really spend, stop dabbing all day, and self-regulate yourself. And I think people need to understand that it's not like, oh, I go down this hole and I'm just gonna keep dabbing and dabbing more and more and more. Right? You reach a point where you're like, that's not the best.
I think my mind doesn't matter with this, So I think what you're doing is looking at different studying. It depends a lot on your tolerance. I mean, your tolerance level is, 20 in the morning. Yeah,
Not anymore. Totally different. I can't get involved in the order. But it's surprising to me that how many people are so productive. So many people.
It's cool if I take your contact information because sometimes I may need you. I'm Jay. It's John Mike guys. John Mike. People will just call me Jay.
They call me Dre.
Dre.
It's just aging.
It's a good contact to have. Like,
Hopefully I'll be on another panel about psychedelics next time.
So I think that is where the cannabis industry heads in the next 4 to 5 years. So you're ahead of the curve and organizing this event and bringing people together. I think.
Thank you. I mean, that's, it should never be separated. Never. You never should have separated cannabis and psychedelics. Not bringing them together, but reintroducing people to the fact that they've never consumed psychedelics.
audio. Since you wanted me to say audio.
Thank you all for joining us early. Really, I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's it.
Videography. Yeah, she's the photographer of my friend. We work together. Yeah. Yeah, I do freelance.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thanks.
So yeah.
Well, for sure. I'm always having like artists asking like,
And she does photography. She's
Record button?
she's really good.
yeah, they're off.
Okay.
Okay.
So get this. The reason I'm late today. Last night when we got home,
my friend didn't go to sleep. He was already pretty much like out. And he got in an argument with the guy that he was staying there too, like some other dude. And then he took his suitcase and left. Like at 5, 4 in the morning. Yeah. He walked out and he just went somewhere random. He was blacked out.
Like how? Bro, you went in the basement.
Well, he just left, and then he had a suitcase. But listen, he left, and then like an hour and a half later, he comes back with nothing, and then he's like, "Yo, I lost everything." His suitcase, his clothes, his fucking iPad, like everything, his watch, Apple Watch, it was everything. He was blacked out. He left it somewhere. Like it's completely gone. And he can't even retrace steps. He doesn't remember where we went.
What I'm saying is, iPad should have to find my.
You're right. I do that, and then
But still,
it doesn't even
This
matter.
isn't the hood.
Yeah.
Who the fuck you look at?
Well, now, then later he finds out his flight got delayed.
Were you serious?
So he was supposed to leave the day
cannabis, and like I get this advice to a lot of people who are saying, how do I get in? It's think about what you bring to the party. What role can you fill? How can you serve the industry? So it was at that time that, you know, I had whatever it was, 18, 19 years of routine executive search experience, and
But the room was
to my
on mute,
knowledge,
so
there were
I
no
muted it.
search firms like that exclusive to cannabis, you know, some staffing agencies and whatnot, but no one was doing just that. So we took a look at it. Hunter Esquire is a firm that is named after my wife and I. The one that Hunter was Esquire.
The one that you let her pop.
Let,
And,
let's run that into the microphone port in here.
brave enough to launch it. And, you know, sometimes I tuck my shirt in, I wear button shirts, I put jackets on.
I'm not sure which one it is.
30
And then
plus
we'll
years
change it on the
consumer.
next setting, okay?
Experimented with unanimous psychedelics. Yes, I like to say.
Stopped it. Stopped it.
I love the industries and I'm happy to be here. And I just want to say, didn't get to finish her intro. She runs big operations in California, and she's with a lot of energy. Really happy to have her.
Thank you very
Put that into the other tab, put
The one that I have.
yeah, plug that into the other tab, into the microphone port.
The camera?
I'll start. So working in cannabis is like I think I said yesterday.
One has it right.
But to have the privilege to work in this industry that has been a part of my life since college in one way or another, it's a beautiful thing to be able to influence, specifically people, managing people resources, identifying people resources, strategic plans with regards to people, treating them not like resources, but the lifeblood of a company. It's very rewarding. It's very invigorating. I get, you know, at CSI, because we do background screening, we have a contract with Massachusetts CCC. I'm in discussions with a number of other states, so we work with campus commissions in developing their background screening approaches and techniques. So there's an opportunity to influence, you know, how a state will look at background screens and what they'll use as criteria. And like one thing I'm really proud of is since starting at CSI, I created an equity verification module. We're the only company that has it, where when commissions are given the mandate of putting equity in place, how do they check? How do they make sure it's not a straw man situation? At CSI, we help with that. We also work with licensees. So once people get their licenses, whether it's provisional or, you know, a full license, we help them as they determine their hiring plans and how they're going to screen their employees and screen for inclusivity, not for exclusivity, but also keep in mind, we have to protect the company. So we want to make sure that the companies are building teams that can gel, and they're building teams that will align with the values and goals and objectives of the company, that they're building teams where there's different skill sets that build an entourage effect in how the company can operate long term. You don't want to have all one type of person, even though they're in the same role. You want to have a medley of different personalities, a medley of different backgrounds, traditional industry, cannabis industry. So being able to like work with HR managers and CEOs and this is first time business owner who's an equity applicant, and help them kind of think about, okay, well, how can we best utilize your resources? You don't have an HR team, it's just you. Or you're this brother of the CEO, so now you're an HR manager, you've never done HR before. I get to work with them and help them determine the plan. Say, hey, let me take this off your plate. So we'll do the professional reference check for you. It just costs $15 per screen, and then you save your time to really work on developing your team, performance management, setting up the structure. Because a lot of these license holders have never done HR before. They don't have the resources to hire a full HR team. So it really is a beautiful thing that I enjoy, that I never anticipated, but I wake up looking forward to having these conversations. Sometimes, I thought, oh gosh, I'm gonna be going through the same slides every day, half hour, sessions, but it's not like that. It's really understanding people's vision for what they want their company to look like and seeing how our tools and our services can facilitate that. So it's a privilege.
Thank you. So for me, I started in this industry 4 years ago, coming from a completely different industry. And one, I think loving what you do is crucial to be successful. I started my career, I started in finance, but I switched into human resources over 10 years ago. And that's my passion and that's what I love. So for me, coming to work, I really enjoy the dynamic, the challenges that we go through every single day. I'm not gonna say it's an easy industry. I think it's people that are ready to come in and roll up their sleeves and do the job. We started, this company is a startup, and of course, you don't have all the resources to bring big teams, or sometimes we don't have the resources to have a complete team of people for every single division. So everyone has to wear like different hats. But I think when you love it and you like what you do, you will be successful no matter what. From my perspective, like hiring people, I hire people from entry level all the way to executive level. But I think what it brings, the strength is born, is the entry people that come into the company. Most of them come from the industry. Majority of them don't have cannabis experience. So it's how we train those employees to stay engaged and to make them accountable for the people. So I think it's a great industry. If anyone wants to join, I think it's more like put your hand, practice hard work, but it's very rewarding. I think when you see the results at the end, it's very rewarding. It's challenging as far as like some days are good, and sometimes it's very rough times, and how you deal with that, and how you make sure you don't pass that message to the employees and you keep this brand like we're gonna make it happen. So I love it. It's a great industry. I love the people that work with, and I really love the passion that all the employees bring to the company.
I would only add to that, what you sort of said, but the way I say it to candidates that we're looking at bringing into the industry is it's just every day is exhausting and exhilarating. If you're really in it, you don't. So when we're placing a CEO or CFO, we kind of work director level up. I don't believe that for many of these roles you have to be a consumer, but you have to be very passionate about the plans and the success of the industry. So it's just the best possible way to survive the exhausting days that, I think a lot of you here know what those days are like. So we just ask that candidates bring passion because it's invigorating and exhausting. If you're doing it right.
Thank you. And there was something that we said at the Disruptors event that just occurred to me, and I don't know if you were there, and said it's still a business with a soul, and that's so important. And I think as we see this influx of corporate money come into the space, it's getting diminished, and so it's really important to include legacy operators and to include cannabis industry that, this industry is built on our backs, and that's why it has a soul. So I think that that's really important to not lose that. So what are some of the biggest challenges companies face when it comes to talent acquisition, retention of employees in the cannabis and psychedelic space?
I'll take that first. So this is a nascent industry. I talk about even the biggest companies, the big public companies, as really just being established startups at best. So there's a lot to figure out. Everyone's still building the bridge as we walk it, or whatever analogy you want to use. And it makes it really tough because in the perfect world, before you go make a hire, you're determining how you're going to measure success in that position. Then you're creating a job description. And most industries have the luxury of looking back and saying, well, this is the job description after who knows how many dozen iterations of it. And we know this profile fits for the role because we filled it so many times over, it's existed for so long. And you can look back to that, and a lot of cannabis businesses don't have that. So you're very creatively solving the problem of who's going to fit for really, you name it. I mean, outside of, you know, maybe shrimp or bud tender, but even then, you know, getting the right mindset. So really, it's A to Z, what's going to fit. So that's being figured out. I think that's the biggest challenge in an industry where everyone's living in just time and priority triage. And it's hard to take that extra time to think about those things to get it right. It's go, and we know there's this revolving door of talent in the industry, and it's so expensive to hire. And as touched on it, if you can keep a team together that actually starts to gel, that's where you prove out that your human capital is your best asset. Because in many cases, it's your only opportunity to see an increase on that investment. Right? Your displays and your machinery and everything will appreciate, maybe your real estate appreciates, but really your people are your best appreciating asset. So, interesting there.
So, I think challenges, there's a lot of people that apply. Like, when we open positions, I have never had a situation that I had money. If people really apply, they want to join the industry. I think the challenge is when you bring them on board. So, how to select the right candidate. When I started, we would bring together job descriptions. Were they good? We are because of 4 years, we then decided that we need to review the job description. What is exactly that we're looking for? Is it expertise? Is it a hard skill? Or is it also soft skill? Because the dynamic of their day-to-day is different. If we look at the cultivation facilities, those employees, you need to have the person that is flexible, so that function, that they are ready to work on time, that they have that passion for the plan. Also, that they're really good with hand labor, that they can do it and they're detail oriented. When you look into employees that you want to bring to the dispensary, this is exactly what you're looking for. So I think for the company, you need to have a clear understanding of what you're looking for and why you need, and what the people need to have in order to succeed. For me, the biggest challenge is retaining. How do I retain those employees? How do I make sure that they come in and they don't walk away from the facility 2 days later? And when they walk away, it's like, what did we do wrong? Of course, how it happened, I think with COVID, we were very lucky that we were considered essential. So on the HR side, we were dealing with how do we keep these employees coming to work every day? It was completely different, like you stay home, we give you computers and the point, it was completely opposite. Right, to keep them like engaged, to continue coming and sell our products every day, and arrive into the facilities to start like streaming and taking care of the plant, packaging, manufacturing the product with their families, with dealing with COVID situations. So I see today, and after 4 years, it has evolved so much. I remember we didn't have too many recruiters in the industry 4 years ago. We didn't have training for the cannabis industry. So it has evolved a lot, but it's still a lot of challenges trying to keep those employees, trying to keep them engaged. Even the right training, having lack of resources to provide those training or bigger teams to make sure that we train all our employees. So it's difficult sometimes, but at the same time, when you see the employees and when they send those very nice messages, how they feel about the company, it's very, very rewarding. But I do believe all of us and any people here in other companies, I'm sure they want exactly to the same situation that we want to.
Can I add something to that? Sorry. Because we're in this really strange time and people are feeling strange about not knowing how they should feel, I would say that on the retention front, it's about empathy. And for anyone in here who's in a leadership role or looking to build a team and lead them, leading with empathy is the number one essential skill. The candidates we speak to every day, many of you have probably heard the old adage that people don't quit jobs, they quit people. So right about now is the most important time to lead with empathy, and unfortunately, as a leader, probably expect none in return. So you give without expecting, just living that ultimate servant leadership type of persona. And being mindful of it is the hottest hiring market I can remember. 22 years of search, it's a candidate market. It's red hot. Cannabis and now psychedelics businesses are competing with companies with much deeper pockets in the war for talent. So I like the opportunity for cannabis and psychedelics companies to hire and retain talent based on passion and purpose, because winning the bidding war in the war for talent for companies in our space is not likely, but you can win on that front, and we can certainly be the industry that people get and treat elsewhere.
That, and I'm gonna put my, lawyer and business coach hat on this time, not screaming at it. But, I think the biggest challenge is when it comes down to culture. When people are being issued licenses, they can take the time to think about the culture beyond what it looks like in a dispensary, or, how good their genetics is, culture around that. But we don't take the time to develop corporate culture. And that is something we're gonna have to overcome. And fortunately, this is the face of HR, so there's going to be a lot of assistants with diverse backgrounds professionally, ethnically, gender-based, faith-based, a lot of more diversity in our industry, which is fantastic. So when we talk about developing a culture, that's the first step, but it really, you think about the customer experience. So in your environments, what's the customer experience? In your environments, and I say environments because you could be in a dispensary, you could be, in an IT office or whatever. But what's the customer experience that you're going to deliver? And then thinking about your employees as internal customers. And for your internal customers, what experience should they be delivering to each other? What experience are you going to deliver to them? How are you going to role model the appropriate behavior so that it becomes more a part of the culture? That's what we don't take the time to do. When we get our license, we take them usually up to 2 things or 3. The first thing is investors. Second thing is build and build out. And the third thing is, of course, who you need to hire. But the culture part, while you're waiting for your license, really give some thought. Start thinking about who's on your team so you can brainstorm together. So it's not just, hey, this is my business plan that got me a license, and I'm just executing that. Those are 2 different things. What you use to get a license is not going to be the culture of your organization. So just giving an example of culture, and I think the only person who's heard me say this, this from another module that I do on building cannabis, is that my friend Deborah, probably at weekend, but there's a Lego example that I love. And, it's talking about this guy who's like really a Star Wars fan. He's a Lego fan, like he collects Legos and Star Wars stuff. And he's like going to the store to buy this Lego Star Wars set. He gets it. He starts putting it together. He puts it together and realizes 2 pieces are missing. So he reaches out to Lego like, I'm missing 2 pieces, blah, blah, blah. Now the customer service agent replied and said, oh my gosh, we're so sorry. We're going to replace the whole thing. Because keep in mind, how do you return like Star Wars Lego? You already put it together. You break it apart after all your work. They said, we're going to send you a whole new set. So sorry about it. It seems like it was the work of Darth Vader. We will replace it. We are going to beat him. May the force be with you. That's culture. That's how we have to think. Like, what is that customer going to experience? How do we live the values? How do our employees live the values? As we scale, our employees are that face for the company. Every employee, they're not saying, hey, this is John B on line 617. They're seeing the company. So that's what we have to do. Another part of that, and I'm going to be brief, is empowerment. So missing in our industry because a lot of us, we've never done this before. You have to, if you're going to grow a world-class, J-powered global organization, you have to empower your employees. When we're talking about cannabis product and one tincture made can cost $200 or let's say $100 or whatever. You should be able to empower your people up like a bottle of tincture, where they can make a decision by themselves without any supervisor and engaging another resource. When you have a lot of meetings, when you have multiple resources at different levels helping to make decisions, that's an expensive meeting. Empower your employees up to maybe 3 bottles of tincture that you're going to make. You can make decisions decisions up or this amount as you see it. I trust you. You're gonna see the impact on your retention, you're gonna see your impact in the value they place on your product, how they present your product, the value that they place on just having recruiters to work there and feel good about what they're doing. And that's something I don't see a lot in the cannabis industry. We tend to say, like, there's some decisions, and I've done a lot of these things. I represent one of the largest communities in the world. And like, everybody's going around the cubicle to the CEO for like little decisions. Waste of time, waste of resource. Let your leadership be visionaries and strategists and allow your employees to feel good about the decisions that they're making. And I think culture is the biggest challenge that we face.
That's very good. Thank you.
The regular.
What advice would you give to somebody who's in a
That's some
C-suite
cryptos,
position
but
and other in
no, Forex.
Rather than that. It's foreign.
Yes, advice I give a lot, which is be prepared to get those sleeves rolled up again and do some work. You graduated from years, if not decades ago, and probably get paid a little bit to a lot less for it. And you know, it's been an interesting evolution for me. So my years recruiting pre-Cannabis, which we moved into Cannabis a little bit over 4 years ago, I was always trained just to recruit on pedigree. So, you know, we wanted people from the AV Invest and the Johnson & Johnsons and, you know, that type of pedigree. And what I learned over the years of, you know, explaining to those men and women what it's going to be like when they get into Cannabis, and they hear it, they say, yeah, I'm good, I'm really want to work in the industry. And they get in and go, crap, I'm like really working way harder than I want to. I can't believe I'm going to team to do this for me. And then they tap out. So it's been interesting seeing it evolve the past 4 years. So, you know, many years ago, it was just friends and family network and hiring, and, you know, evolved to recruitment, and now we're figuring out where to go recruit. And I like senior leaders that have worked in like really gritty sweatshop environments, like no name, you name it, I don't know, little widget, nothing, middle of nowhere, Western Massachusetts operation. Where it's a shoestring budget, and a person that he or she can blame if the business is failing is themselves, and can't blame it on a hard construct of systems and process and procedure that failed them, because it should have been them that created it, or, you know, let other people through the non-existence of that in another industry, because that's what this is. Even with the biggest operators, we have MSO clients that are thousands of employees, and some new public companies that still don't have training process in place. They hire hundreds of people a year, or sometimes hundreds of people a week or a month, and they don't have process in place to train them. That's nuts. And there's certainly no training for people coming in from C-suite of established companies that are in place. So, yeah, just be ready to get up.
They live where?
I'll jump in. I think for C-suite employees, staff, resources, team members, however you want to refer to them, I think the first thing they have to do is, one, they have to educate themselves on the cannabis industry. I always tell people, set Google alerts. That's like the key based on what area you work on. I have like 165 Google alerts. Do I read them every day? No, not anymore, but I used to. But that has made me an expert. I know what's going on. I know what's coming. I know what commission meetings are coming up that I need to attend. But that is my lifeblood, is like Google alerts, where I get all this news and I can read through, decide which articles I want to go deeper on. For a C-suite employee, have to do that, and then you become the smartest person a lot of the time. You know, also I think humility is really important. So there's a lot that you don't know. So if you come in like, I'm just a ball buster, blah, 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 this is what we did at our old company, it's not going to work. And then you're going to wonder why you're losing people. You need to learn ball buster appropriate. We're an HR talk. But you know, you really have to have a level of humility, because you need to be open to correction. if you want your people to be open to correction, you need to be open to correction. And how you receive feedback will determine how they receive feedback. I think making sure that you're cognizant of the fact that what people do for them is how they take care of their families. A lot of times we're just like, you're an employee, this is your job. No, like for real, and even for me in my current job or even in my lawyering, because the beauty of lawyering is you get to kind of pick and choose what you do. Like, am I gonna take this client, am I not? I need the money, but they're stressful, there's bad energy, that kind of thing. So it's really important that you have that level of humility, that you're open to the correction, that you are, bringing out the best in people and really see them as people, not assets, not resources, but people, especially in these times where everything for me is about taking care of my son, paying for Taekwondo, making sure he's happy, being able to, go to teachers' conferences if I see a change in his grades and change when how he feels, like he's not happy when I pick him up. Like everything is about that. Like how I work, why I work is all about my kid and my family. And I think most people are like that. They just don't feel comfortable voicing it in a work environment. And as leadership, we need to facilitate that. We need to create that space where we're like, acknowledging their milestones and things that are important to them, that you're recognizing people. So I think that's really important. Role model behavior you want to see in your
I will agree with Brian, like get ready to work hard and start from scratch. You cannot come into this industry with the idea that you know. So I think my biggest advice would be humble, be flexible, understand who the employees are and what they're looking for. We work today with a new generation that have completely different priorities that we had 20 years ago. When I compare the priorities today to mine, when I was beginning my career, they were completely different. I was working, my idea was working until 7, 8 p.m. every day, doing everything that my boss was asking me to do. It was about 401k and saving money and having a job. And priorities today are completely different. I don't know if it was COVID or if they realized that their parents worked crazy hours all their life, and now they're looking more for a life that's balance, taking a job and the income, but they're not looking to work. So I think a new person that is coming to have to hire to a C-suite position, I will be completely honest about the reality. But I will expect a lot from a person with the type of experience that really come and be humble and go ahead and learn the business and know your people. And I completely agree with you. I think we forget that employees have families, and that's everyone's priority. And we as employers need to make sure that we're giving them resources and the time when they need to spend the time with their families. And they shouldn't be feel that if I don't go to work because I'm dealing with my husband or my wife with COVID, that they're gonna lose their job. And it happens all the time. Like that should something that shouldn't happen anywhere.
Yeah, and on this subject, my advice is simple. It's check your ego at the door. If you're from another industry, I know from recently, she was the former president of Microsoft.com. And she was one of the first corporate executives to walk out on her corporate job before the school and say, join the cannabis industry. And everyone told her, it's suicide, you don't want to do that. And she did it anyway. And where she started was to grow in Colorado. And she started with the plants. She said, I want to get it on the ground floor. I want to work with these plants. I want to understand this plant and this industry. And so I think that's a really important enter, especially with the high level position, to really just check your ego at the door and be open to learning and accepting that the way you've always done things may not be the way this industry does things. And you will work 8 hours, and you have to do it because you love it. and there is no success in sight, I would say that we probably have a 90% fail rate in this industry. And so you have to learn how to love it. I wouldn't say don't be afraid, because you have no idea that there's going to be success at the end of that.
Right, so, and to that point, you should talk to candidates about their failures. Because, right, if you're coming into a leadership role in this industry, living a very blessed existence without failure, then you get punched in the mouth in the first minute, and every minute after that,
Yeah.
you need to show up with a bunch of bumps and bruises already.
Yeah, in fact, when I see an applicant, they go on the resume, I started a business, it didn't work out, I learned a lot from it. I'm more likely to hire that person because they know what failure feels like. And I think that's really important in the aspect. So how important is it to be flexible as an employer with your employees?
Let me start. Pre-COVID, post-COVID, we're living a new right now, and flexibility, I think, is number one. Not only on the employer side, and on the employee side, also flexibility is crucial. So the way we're growing these businesses, with the amount of work, the amount of tasks that we're asking them to complete on a daily basis, you really need to make sure that you're flexible to give them the time to be with the family, give them the time for something, whatever is important for them. If it's community services, if it's out there helping someone or training, or want to go and get a certification, it cannot be all the time about work and about producing to make sure that we have product as a dispensary. Again, we are a business, we need to have the product on the shelf, we need to make sure that we have enough so we can all succeed. And I think it's very easy to say it, and when you're inside of the business, it's like, how do I find that balance? When you're dealing with fallouts every single day, and people still dealing with COVID, and they have their personal situation, but it's on the management side, it's like how we can plan for those difficult times. And I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that we make, that we don't plan for those difficult times. We didn't plan for COVID. I think now that COVID happened and we're going through it, I think we need to start thinking different and plan for those different moments that you face again in the future, and always have that in mentality that you need to take care of the employee, you need to take care of the employee, and they're your priority. Without them, we couldn't have the product sitting at dispensaries to be ready to sell for our patients.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. I think as leadership, there have to be some non-negotiables, and then there's limits. So I think the bright line rule is the company values. And then everything has to, even the flexibility, line up with those company values. And when you express it, because everyone at every level of your organization, they're adults, they'll get it. When you're expressing, we're going to make this change because we said that we are, we think globally, act globally, or, whatever the phrases are, whatever the company values are, this is why we're making this change. They'll adjust to that change if you're consistent with aligning with your values. So I think, yes, you need to have flexibility, but you have to have this area that is non-negotiable, which is the company values. And then also with that, your promises are non-negotiable unless there's a reason that aligns with the values why you can't keep your promises. So if you tell employees, this is going to happen, you're going to get performance review at this point, this point, and this point. They shouldn't have to say, hey, I'm doing performance review, blah, blah, blah. You need to be consistent and inflexible and non-negotiable. I know you have a startup maybe, and you're trying to build a cannabis company, but there's certain things like your promises to your employees, your alignment with your values, consistently aligning up with your values, that have to be inflexible as you're looking at opportunities in this fast-paced moving industry, where you need to adapt. So I like the word, we all need to be prepared to adapt, but we do have to have some type of ethical code where everything lines up with the values, and then they will start engaging in the same way.
Yeah, I'll add, because empathy and flexibility are just a requirement now. You can't leave without those But like you said, Cheryl, and I would add, you have to have some values in place and you have to have metrics in place. So you're not measuring success quantifiably and it's just sort of, well, you're promoted now because you're the last person standing. I talk about it as winning the world's worst pie eating contest where people get promoted in the industry because the people above them got fired. And now you get to do 3 other jobs for the same pay and eat all their leftovers. Congratulations. So you have to have these metrics in place so that people understand what they're being held accountable to, but you have to be empathetic and flexible. And what a weird time to be a leader because if you lead without empathy, even if you're negative 1 ounce or gram of empathy, you're getting blown up by your people right now. And you're sort of being taken advantage of. I've heard a lot of stories about people calling in and saying my kid's sick, but they just wanted to have a beach day and you can't be challenged. Or people are working from anywhere holding 2 or 3 full-time jobs, not telling their employers. So that's tough. Like you have to err on that side because now you've got social media. And forget about Glassdoor. You'll just someone write an essay about how terrible you are and LinkedIn and tag you. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing, the nice thing about being flexible from the employee's aspect is that, you know, it's something that many start as trimmers and then 3 years later they're ready to grow. So you never know where some of these growth points are, and we've had applicants and employees, you know, switch roles 3 or 4 different times until you find something that really fits their skill set. And so I think that part of flexibility is really important when we offer this opportunity to employees. And how can employers ensure that they're building high inclusive performing teams?
I love this concept. So, you know, a lot of what we talked about, but, you know, it's really looking at, again, that entourage effect. I like to talk about entourage effect with the plant, and I like to talk about entourage effect with people. And, you know, I learned early on in my corporate life, I worked 14 years in wireless, 10 years for T-Mobile, through 7 of those years in the USA, 3 years in the UK, T-Mobile corporate, and I worked with BlackBerry and a number of companies. But, you know, I learned that the best part of being in a job environment, keep in mind, most of your waking hours, just like kids, most of their waking hours is in school, most of your waking hours is at work. So the beauty of that is you get to be around a lot of different people. And you don't want it to be the same type of people because your decision making will be will not be multifaceted. You want to build teams with people that represent your consumer base. We want to build a cannabis industry that represents the consumer base. And we, you know, it doesn't stop at the dispensary floor. It's like, oh, I want to make sure I hire seniors so that the senior person will feel really able to relate to the bud tender. No, it goes beyond that. We need to make sure there's diversity at every single level, starting at the leadership level, so that you can really harmonize with what your customers actually want. So again, culture, I can't stress culture enough because I don't hear it enough in our industry. Setting that culture where everybody's valued, everyone's appreciated, everyone's encouraged to share their experience. Like everybody at every job knows I'm Jamaican. Like I'm Jamaican. I would tell you, know, our reggae versions of Christmas carols when we're doing our Christmas Zoom meeting. Like that is, like, I want to feel appreciated and accepted for who I am, but I also want to learn about other cultures. I want to learn about how people with disabilities, how they, you know, what type of reasonable accommodations we need to think about so that they feel comfortable and that they'll stay and they'll be like, this is the best job ever. So, you know, I think that's a big part of it. I think looking at the benefits that you have available is really important. I know some companies in the corporate world, they have like, you know, therapy things available and all types of really unique benefits. When you're developing your benefit plan, think about the diversity of your employee base and how you want to make sure that they feel like they are a part of the team. Speaking of benefits, a colleague of mine told a story like, well, when we first started talking like in the work environment, you're like, you know, I love my job, I love my job, I love my job. And then, you know, when the benefits plan rolled out and it was just like, it seemed like the company wasn't really thinking about employees, but only like, how can you say we're a family when you're not treating me like family? You're giving the lowest of the low, you're giving the worst of the worst. So diversity is really important because, you know, someone may not have thought of that at the leadership level. A lot of things that will turn an employee off is a mistake or something that we just never thought of. I didn't even know that would upset people. And that's why at the leadership level, you guys need to have brainstorming environments where the leadership, if we stop working, we get in a room and we just talk about, you know, what do we want to be? And how do we get there? And then you do the pulse check and validate our thoughts of, from the ivory tower, what we think it should be. And, you know, team members that, you know, we see potential in, check with them, do a pulse check. You know, are we going in the right direction? What do you think here? That's what diversity is all about. You know, people say diversity like, okay, more Black people. It's not, that's not diversity. I love that, but that's not diversity. Diversity is really about matching your consumer base, valuing people and their differences, optimizing your potential for performance by having diverse perspectives, and you know, respecting the fact that there's no wrong way. You know, it's just what's the best way for now. Doesn't mean yours isn't a good idea. It's what's the best thing for the company. You know, at T-Mobile, we had this thing, CEO, customer, employees, owners. Every policy that was written, they had at the bottom of what, how does this impact the customer? How does this impact the employee? How does this impact the owner? And that's what helped. Every person in the company had to think about how they made decisions and how policies were written and how, you know, fiscal decisions were made. How does it affect CEO? And that is what diversity is about, because it takes contributions to be able to recognize those full implications. And that's how you move forward to, again, people haven't listened to J.D. Powers in like 20 years because they're very consistent and intentional with how they approach the impact and based on the diversity of their consumer base and the diversity of their employee base to make sure that they succeed.
I just want, before you drop all kinds of knowledge, I want to say, I want to start a movement where companies start talking about their employees as families, because like you're talking about, you know, if anyone here's raised kids, almost certainly at least once the words, you get what you get, you don't get upset. And companies are not families. You can't, you know, you can't, you know, furlough your family like you can your employees. It's not the same. Like, we're a family, I feel like is code for, you know, we're just gonna use you. I don't know, my family, we use each other. Yeah. Right? And then, and our families are probably not very diverse. Right? So it's a community, right? You know, companies are communities of shared values, but also diverse backgrounds and experiences. And in a community setting, people go out of their way to take the extra steps to all make sure that they're
For me, it's more like try to give good benefits that they're looking for. It's not only about their health and condition. Sometimes when we don't have enough resources, but sometimes those perks, they don't mean they don't have enough money. It's more recognition of what they know for the good work. There's also appreciating or if we hit a goal that we have never done before, acknowledge that to your employees and the people that was involved. But even when you really give those little perks, or if they need to help in the community, and you give them the time to do it, the employees are gonna be thankful and they're gonna be attached to the business and they're gonna be taking care of you. It's finding those employees that can be loyal. And I think that's crucial when you have those employees, because cannabis is not about making money. And I think many people that are starting this business, they start with the vision that they will be multi-millionaires the next day after they become public. And that's not reality. If you talk to our student team, we have gone through everything. The moments that we didn't know we would make it the next day. So I don't think it's about money, it's how you do it right. The money will come, but money doesn't come easy. You need to put a lot of effort, a lot of work, And you need to keep those first years employees, no matter what. I think maybe you can become creative, how you can make them loyal to the brand, to the company, and they're gonna give you your best. When you give them the best, they will give you 100 times more.
I would say when if you start your cannabis entrepreneurial journey towards being a cannabis millionaire or billionaire, I think the right mindset is to say, okay, I want to be a cannabis millionaire or billionaire by helping millions or billions of people. And then as a byproduct of that, by positively touching millions or billions of lives, then you become a cannabis millionaire or billionaire.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, when I started my design build firm, this was 8 years ago, when we were doing design build firms in the space. And in traditional construction industry, there's less than 2% of women in those spaces. And so starting a business with $10,000 and no investors as a woman in the construction space never should have worked. The fact that I'm still here today, that company was successful, still boggles my mind. And for 8 years, all the rooms that I sat in were men, every one of them, usually white men. And what I learned was that if you're really good at what you do and you really know your craft, they have no choice but to listen to you. So when I get in there and I start talking about HVAC and EPD charts, they may come in thinking that I'm somebody's assistant, but that's not the way it is. So today, that's one of the biggest responsibilities growth in the world, and it's only because I'm pretty stubborn and I study, and I know that coming in at a disadvantage of being a woman in those trades, that I have to work for them. And so you do it because you love it. And I think that is So I think we're going to start off with Q&A. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Don't wrap up that time. Just a question.
Thank you to you for coming.
For acknowledging my early nights that I did not want to touch words.
No, so I used, it's funny, Brian and I have known each other for years, so I had a staffing company called Cannadelic, and I just didn't have the bandwidth to be a lawyer, a staffing agency, and all these things, so it's still there, but I don't really do much with it, and I met him really early on, and we never had like a competitive relationship. We just always got along. But yeah, I leave the staffing at this point to the people who are professionals like Brian. I don't own CSI. I'm an employee of CSI. I'm the business development manager, and I just wanted to take screening to another level as far as background screening. Make sure we stay compliant with the Fair Credit Reporting Act, making sure cannabis companies know that they have to stay compliant with Fair Credit Reporting Act as they're hiring. So if you're going to make an adverse decision on a candidate based on their background, you have to send pre-adverse notification, adverse notification if they dispute, re-investigation. A lot of cannabis companies haven't even come across it, especially if your mother, sister, wife, uncles who's never done HR, they're doing your onboarding. So that's why I kind of got involved, but I don't own the company. I just want to be clear. But I always had a passion for HR management and staffing. It's just you can't do everything at the same time. And I tend to, in the industry, because I love it so much, I always want to do different things, but I always try to pick things that are non-competitive with the industry. So if I know there are like really good people in staffing, I personally, I'm not going to start a staffing company. If I see there's, like even as a lawyer, I can do expungements all day. I can go from city to city to call up, Fluent and all these companies saying, hey, sponsor me, I'm going to do expungements. But if I take that from the nonprofits, how are they going to do the good work that they do? So that's kind of how I choose my work in cannabis. Even though you can literally do it all, I have to be very strategic, and in order to stimulate growth and not compete with the activists, that's how I get my work. And that's how I get background screening, because I was like, background screenings in the legislation, background screenings in the regulations. I don't know one person in cannabis that does it. It's always outsiders, and they don't get us. So I said, I'm gonna be the one who, on your content, you're doing background screening, I will talk to you from a cannabis perspective as far as what I hope to see from the industry and understand what you hope to see from the industry. Sorry, but no, I'm not a staff member. I'll just say from my perspective, from a screening perspective, not at all. I think screening is something that we just really only do the minimum as an industry right now, only do the minimum what as far as what the state requires. It requires fingerprint, we're just going to do fingerprint. But when you look at your resources, limited resources, using a company like CSI, like we really do your employment verification, your education verification. If you choose to do drug screening, you do drug screening, social media, so you're not looking, you don't have some random employee looking at other candidates' social media and seeing things they shouldn't see, like an ultrasound. Oh no, they're gonna take time off. Or their age. Oh, is she mature enough for an executive role at 21? Shouldn't take that into account, and that's why you use a third party like CSI.
Yes.
So I'm curious, especially with touching plant employment. Have you talked to your candidates about any potential challenges with bank accounts, getting a mortgage, a retirement savings account, things like that, those kind of hurdles that are really real, especially for veterans, getting any federal benefits? What sort of awareness do you talk to your candidates about how you go about problems?
But I'm honest as far as like family situation and local state but to be honest, we haven't had any issues like I'm born like something that I would do. I am very honest when I get people that I may be awesome. I heard that because I was late. I was but I wasn't high by
Like, go ahead. True.
So I can bring in like
I think.
Oh, yeah, lots of education is built into our recruitment, absolutely. Even us so far away from the plant as recruiters, we've had issues with our retirement assets get kicked out and they have so far away from the plant. So we educate on citizenship watch outs, and if you're collecting federal pensions from government employee watch out, if you have a spouse or kid going for like a very high level security job, there's a whole long list of things. So it's just part of the devil's advocate role that we play, just making people fight for entry to the industry. I think is the best way to do it.
Well, thank you all for being here on a Sunday early. I really appreciate it. And thank you to our panelists. And if you guys have questions afterwards, we'll be outside in the hallway, but I want to give time to the next speakers. Thank you all. Thank you.
this. And I'm not talking about, social media. I'm not talking about those types of challenges. I'm talking about our ethical challenges. And how do we sell cannabis and psychedelics and remain ethical? I left a career in advertising because I felt it was unethical what I was doing. And I found that cannabis, being in cannabis, allowed me to be ethical and be a marketer at the same time. So I'm really, really curious to have this discussion. And I think I'll throw it out to Lisa.
Happy to answer this, and thank you for asking. So I think the first thing when it comes to ethics is having informed customers and patients. So in order to be deceptive in marketing, the one way in which that can happen is if the buyer doesn't know what they're buying, or they don't know how to buy it or how to think about it. So when we talk about this in marketing a lot, having an education first approach and a storytelling first approach, so that you're not only educating your consumers about your product and what it does, but the endocannabinoid system and how it works with your body and all those other, how it was extracted, how it was grown, all those considerations that allow the consumer to make an informed choice. And right now there is a big gap between what the industry knows, and our knowledge is still growing every day, and what the average consumer or patient knows. And there really is a big gap there. So I think the first step as far as approaching ethics is making sure we're educating in a way that is honest and upfront and genuine, and doing so in a way that honors the plant and the product first. And if your company is in line with those values, then ideally that should be a fairly easy sell. But making sure that we are educating first and having an informed consumer base, to me, is the first step. And I can go to rabbit hole, but there's a bunch of other people here, so I'm keep it like that.
I would add to that in addition to educating on the plant and various ways to consume it, that you should educate on the history and the legacy of this industry and the plant. So in California, what's really important to us is the Prop 215 and those who were doing it before it was trendy, before it was safe, and those who did get raided, who went to jail, whose backs this industry was built on. And so if you're a brand making money, you should be giving back to those who aren't or didn't have it as easy. And or you should also be educating your consumer base. What is legacy? How did we get here? How did we get to being able to sell cannabis? And therefore, then your consumers they have the ability to make the choice of, do they want to support a legacy brand or a small farmer? Do they want to support a giant corporate MSO? And why is legacy important? Do they know why we have medical cannabis in California? People like Dennis Brown and Brown and Mary, know your history before you start trying to sell this plant.
Right from the beginning, we always consider us on our website, whether it be unbreakable or whether the THC test, we believe in being honest and upfront and being able to look at the results and seeing what we put in our hands, what we put in our hands, and educating and being honest.
I just want to piggyback off of that, because I do think transparency with your company or with your customers in this industry is very important. Especially coming here from Florida, we have some of the top operators in the entire US, and a lot of them just kind of brush things under the rug. And in the beginning, that might be, helpful to your strategy because you're like, no, I'm not producing that product, or, putting out things with mold or anything like that. But in the long run, people want a brand that they can trust. And if you're able to put out good quality products, or if you take the L and you say, yeah, this batch wasn't that good, we're not going to sell it. Like, I've had clients of mine put out batches that they won't put on the board because they have the brand integrity. And so if you're putting out bad products, or potentially harming the patients, so it's all about just being transparent, letting them know that, hey, this wasn't a good batch. Sometimes plants grow alive, and sometimes they just don't grow the way that you want them to grow. And so if you're transparent and you let your customers know that you're looking too, they're going to respect that. And I think that's a really important thing, especially here in Florida.
So I couldn't agree more. And we've seen a lot. I know that Elise touched on looking out to California and Prop 215. California kind of has always been leading the way when it came to marijuana regulation. And there's a lot that we can learn from making out there. We got done this morning talking about what we can learn from the the legal kerfuffle or whatever's going on with the licensing, and what we can look at and learn from there. Hopefully, we can learn from it. But what are some things as far as marketing these products that you see be successful, be unsuccessful from the West Coast that we can learn from here? Eventually, it's all going to be flat. We're all going to be, legal family. But right now, we're learning from what's happening in the pioneering states. So, any thoughts?
Sure. Happy to answer that. California is the land of the brands. Because
Yeah, I think that might be. Yeah, so try to get
we call California the land of the brands. We have the most, I guess, famous or big brands there. And when I go to places like Colorado, I feel like so many different brands aren't as big, and brands have followings and fans in California. So how do you do that? What makes a successful brand? And you look at the cookies or the Harborside or Stravinsky's, but I just really differentiating yourself and knowing your core consumer. And also the most important thing in California is don't put your brand before your quality. So make sure you invest in the quality of your product first and foremost, because if anything, it's a joke in California how many flashy pretty brands are that everyone in the industry or who actually knows what we just laughs at behind the fact that it's called mids, and that's a whole thing. There's an epidemic of mids in California, and so don't do that. Also, again, just really knowing your consumer and being authentic is the best thing for California, because we have it all there. We have the street brands, we have the microdose brands, the female focused brands, the hippie brands. There's room for everyone if you're just yourself and a good product. True.
I was going to also say something we learned from the West Coast is that when adult use becomes legal, the patient goes away, and the patient needs to stay. When we educate about cannabis, when we really hit the root core of why this plant is here and what it does for us, even if we're using it on a recreational level, there is a health level involved. And if we educate and we look at it from a patient perspective, that foundation is strong. And then we can build upon that. And I think that's really important for West Coast. I think once the target comes, the patient goes away and we can improve it.
In Florida, we have the biggest challenge because we can't do the kind of branding that we do in California. We're so restricted that you can't bring your brand to life. You can't even bring the product that's inside that packaging to life because it's so foreign and literally black and white. So I think it's not only a challenge, but I personally think it's a disservice to the patient as well. And in the beginning, I tried to understand why. Now I stopped asking why because there's no real clear understanding of why they're doing it the way they're doing as a whole. But that's our biggest challenge is doing any sort of branding, doing that brand.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. So at Sunnyside, that's what I do through events and through community outreach. I try to build that brand. I try to build the style through the furniture, through the things you can't do it in packaging. And at Sunnyside too, our marketing. Well, in Florida, I don't know, you have to have black and white packaging. All of our edibles have to be clear. There's a lot of restrictions, so that's why brands are overly recognizable here. But we kept our marketing, our original West Coast, so Sunnyside West Coast is in over 11 states. We kept our original branding, we kept our original marketing, our flyers, and our posters to still try to build that brand familiarity and try to build that same kind of West Coast feel with what we're allowed to do in Florida because we are so limited in marketing and our advertising. You can't have, we're very limited on, we can't even put a street sign on the corner pointing at our dispensaries down the street. So we have to get really creative. And events is one of the things.
So I think events was done the best out of this last year. We're the little guys basically, and to us, events, it brings us to life. You see our team and our vibe and all of that, and events is really the best success that we've actually had.
I mean, cannabis is a plant that brings people together, right? Like, everybody from every kind of background can all get together and enjoy. I'm not legally here for that, but it's something that connects the community. And when you're doing community outreach and you're creating that brand awareness that way, you're showing your patients that you actually care, right? So it's difficult to do that in a market here in Florida because of how many licenses we have. It's so limited. Can't do branding or, fun packaging or anything like that. And so you have to get out and involved in the community and show them, hey, this is who we are. Our packaging might not be pretty because of the limitations that are placed on us, but we're cool people. We're the people you want to be liking, And so getting out and involved in the community just puts your brand out there because people are going to start seeing you places. They're going to start like, oh, the succulents are back, and the flowery. Like, I have a whole garden full of succulents, do we sell succulents? No, but it's a part of our brand awareness. We're plant people, And so establishing that community and that relationship with your patients is an incredible way to get brand awareness.
I appreciate the endorsement of events. I agree. Did everybody go to the after party last night? It was pretty well branded by, anybody remember who branded by? Oh, yeah, a big sign over the pool. But it was really about, creating an environment, right? And now you're going to create this environment for them. Which actually kind of brings me to another question that is on here that I really like because I used to have this term on my resume. I used to get crap for it. And so branding and packaging is something that's a challenge. What role does storytelling play in marketing cannabis and psychedelics? And I do want to get to the psychedelics part, but I really want to hit on this question first, and I want to give it to Derek because we haven't heard much from him.
And good morning again. Storytelling, I think, is incredibly important for any selling of any product or any service. Ultimately, to go back to community, to connect to your community, to build your community, you have to tell your story, and it has to be a story that creates an emotional connection, that encapsulates everything, your vision, your ethos, how you're going to differentiate the way you approach the plant in the marketplace. And if you tell that story really well and you create that emotional connection and you build that community, you're going to win. But if there's a disconnect, if either you're being unethical or if you're taking shortcuts, or even if you don't really know yourself. So I think Elise had a really great point, which there's these brands in California and they've really honed their vision in their community. So like I think about Wild, right? The soccer mom gummy. Or I think about Jeter, right? Jeter is like the 20 to 25-year-old hip hop enthusiast who absolutely loves high quality pre-rolls. And Wild doesn't make anything else. Jeter doesn't really make anything else. And they crush it on those products because they build the community around that story that they tell. And I think, to zoom in on their success, a lot of people can really win. And those other brands as well. But that's really, the power of the story is to create the community.
Well, there's such a stigma behind cannabis and psychedelics still, like people who are in the industry, I think we kind of get blindsided because this is something that we talk about all of the time, right? It's our life. But your average consumer, they're scared to get their card or to go into a dispensary. And so when you're able to make them feel like, hey, you don't need to be nervous. Like, I smoke weed all day, right? Or I microdose every day. Or sometimes I go away for the weekend and take it, go tripping or whatever. And it's because I'm using it as my medicine. And when you're able to make someone understand it in a more comfortable setting, then they're going to experiment and try these products because they see you being successful with it. I think, here in Florida, the average patient is like 55 years old, right? And a lot of people don't realize that because it's Florida, but we have a lot of retirees. And I can't tell you how many patients have gone into the physician, to get their card, and they're so nervous that they're going to walk out of that door and they're not going to remember anything that the physician told them, right? And so when you do storytelling, you're able to create that connection and say, hey, look, we don't need to be scared, right? Let's work this through. Let's figure out what you need. And just by sharing your experience, you can touch so many people's lives and just really make a difference.
I'd like to jump back in and add something to that because I think you said something really important. We were talking about education and the importance of educating the consumer. And to go back to your point about new users and the age of users, we have to remember that there was 100 years of prohibition, and there was really damaging racial connotations and ethical connotations that our entire population was ingrained with for 100 years. And there's a lot of trauma behind that that needs to be unpacked and resolved before the total addressable market can really feel comfortable approaching cannabis. And I think, it's important to remember that in your storytelling as well.
I'll just add as well that in many cases you might not know your story. I work with a lot of clients and sometimes the cultivators or extractors and people who've been growing a great plant or making a great product for a long time, and they just need help selling it or getting it to market. And so I'm a strategist who comes in, I get to know them, their operation, everything they're doing, and I go, wait, what your innovation forward? We gotta focus on this, or you're giving how much money to a compassion group? This is the story we should tell. Or wait, you got raided and went to jail? That's the story we should tell. Like, there's a lot of stories that you might have that you might think don't relate to your business at all, but some consumer might hear that story and they might decide that they want to support you because of, again, your authentic, true story. So again, just really like, who are you? Why are you doing what you do? My first question I ask most clients, potential clients, is what brought you to cannabis? And then my second question is, do you consume? Yes.
We should throw that question back out to this panel.
Can I have one more thing on the storytelling and branding? So to touch on the branding question a little bit, part of connecting with your consumer is brand having a personality. So design and packaging aside, there is still a level of personality within the words you say and the communication that you have. Marketing is just a channel, but the storytelling aspect is what you're telling through those channels. And one thing with storytelling I've also found too is that sometimes the founder, CEO, C-suite have a totally different story about the brand than the frontline retail workers. And that conversation is not being had internally within organizations. And I actually think while the founders can have a great story and should tell it, and that's is probably going to be the core, it is worth it to hear the story from everyone's perspective and build it together, because a company is, products are not leading things, cannabis is, but an organization is made of human beings with stories and emotions and reasons for why they're doing this. So understanding why your employees work for you, what their connection is into the brand, and noticing if there's any themes, you're welcome to incorporate that into your story. And I would encourage businesses to do so and make sure everyone knows what the story is and is on the same page. Because the customer is going to hear it and they're going to make a story up in their mind about your product, your company, and your brand, whether you're conscious of it or not. Everything you put out is giving them information that tells the story. So the more awareness you can bring to it and cohesiveness amongst your team is really critical.
I agree. So when it comes to storytelling, I used to get a little bit of pushback because it sounds like you're making stuff up. You're telling storytelling. People don't realize you're telling stories all day long. That's the way we communicate. It's the way that we understand things. We create a story. If we don't create a story, we can't remember stuff, which is how our brains work. I wanted to, how important is authenticity in telling that story? And I feel that this transcends even marketing and just, interpersonal communication. How important do you feel authenticity is in your message?
You have to be authentic. So I have Crohn's disease, that's why I'm a patient here in Florida, and before I got into cannabis, I never told anybody. Like, it was just something I kept to myself. And then when I discovered cannabis and I learned what it did, and I learned all those, I used to also hate cannabis. I never smoked, I thought it was double lettuce. If you smoked it, I don't want to be near you, around you, you're a different person. So when I started consuming it myself as a patient, I thought of all those moments that made me go, oh, okay, wait a minute, the history of the plant, why people are incarcerated for it, the cannabinoid system, all those little bits and pieces were so important. And it was me being authentic about my own story that allowed me to connect to that, and then I had to share. I had to be authentic. It didn't make sense to do it any other way. And if a brand is authentic, it is the first thing that you can notice. It is very clear that it's being made up. It is very, it might succeed for a minute. It might be flashy and pretty, but it's definitely not going to hold anyone there because it's going to be very clear at some point that it was all just a made up story.
Also action. So it's not just telling the story, but proving it walk the walk. Something for our company we're veteran So it's not just, okay, yes, we give a discount, but how can we give back in other ways? How can we get them donating licenses, like, so, or, yeah, giving their medical cards? So it's not just telling the story, but being authentic. And how are you doing it to make a difference as well?
You touch on cause marketing, and which is, contributing or to certain causes and stuff. And that's something that I've had my experience with as well. How do you feel? How does the panel feel about cause marketing, incorporating these things into your selling of your products? And where is the line between doing good and exploiting something, say like greenwashing or pinkwashing, things that we've seen with breast cancer and the environment?
That's the first step, that's the thing. Even coming to the wine industry, a part of it is part of authentic. And then I refuse to do some of those things as a marketer because you're exploiting them. When it started out being a good thing, of course it's amazing, but when you're trying to sell your product and that's why you're doing it, is not authentic, and consumers see that.
I also think it's a matter of having your core values outlined. So like at CMA, we have 3 core values: authenticity, inclusivity, and sustainable growth. And we have outlined them and bulleted them on our About Us page on our website. And we literally refer to them to everything we do. Our content, our events, everything we do, is it in line with our core values? And if we're doing cause marketing or picking up something to be involved with, is it in line with our core values? So, and it doesn't mean that's our only lens, but it gives you a North Star for the company and it gives ethos among the employees. So it's got to sort of come first from the company and then backwards. It's not, should we do something for breast cancer month because it's this month? Is that in line with your core values and does your company believe in this? So that the action has like meat behind it and reasons to it. And you're not making it up because that can be seen too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was probably
Maybe
better.
behind like a KFC budget thing.
Well, and to speak to that, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of Last Prisoner Project, which is a nonprofit in California that a lot of brands have latched onto to do a give back. And so a certain product sells, all that money goes to Last Prisoner Project. Last Prisoner Project does some of the work and advocacy to get people out of jail. So when a client asks me, hey, we want to give back, should we just donate to them? I actually challenge them to donate to a different organization, knowing that Last Prisoner Project is getting a lot of money and a lot of PR and all of that's already going on. So why don't we look at Project Mission Green, Weldon Angelo's group, and let's support a smaller org, and that I think will get us more runway of what you're trying to achieve, which is people thinking that you care. Well, let's give that money to a smaller organization, not to knock out the other kinds of support them too, but that's just to piggyback on what Lisa was saying. Don't just pick an easy give back because you can throw it in a press release. Do the work to find an organization that aligns with your company's values that you want to support, that you want to build a relationship with and continue to give to. Don't just make it something like a line item and a percent of this is going to that and you're telling the logo on things. And that's the difference, I think, between taking advantage and not.
And I think with cause marketing, obviously it connects with the authenticity of your brand, right? So here in Florida, we have a lot of companies that are dumping money into all these programs and it's great, but what are we doing with those programs, right? As a veteran, every company is donating to some kind of veteran cause, right? But do they actually care about us? No. And it's clear as day, right? There are some companies that they might not be able to give an organization $20,000 because they don't have it, but they're going to donate what they can and they're going to create a relationship within that community. And again, that goes into storytelling and building your brand through authenticity. And when you support a cause, people can tell your intentions are in the right place. And it's just making sure that whatever cause you're supporting goes along with your brand core values.
I feel like it can get lost, if when you go with the bigger foundations, your message can get lost in there. And when you go with the smaller ones, you really affect change. We did a 5K, Cannabis 5K in Tampa a few years ago, and we did that in association with Raphael, and we donated everything to one veteran who was in trouble. And he was there. And we were able to to put a face to it and to really like affect change and not just like, we're gonna write this check and it's gonna go into the ether of, it's gonna do good somewhere. So, that's something that's always been really kind of near and dear to me, is finding that line, and I think that it's great. I love the insight over here. It's inspiring to hear that because not a lot of people are. This is the kind of panel where you hear that, at a Cannabis and Psychedelics conference. And it is a psychedelics conference too, so I did want to touch on psychedelics. It is really gained a lot of popularity over the past couple of years. People in the psychedelic community it's been popular for a long time. There's people that have been using these medicines for a very long time. So we're getting into a territory now where how are we going to bring these types of products to market, right? And do it in a way where we're educating about these products. We've seen on the West Coast some similarities, some overlap with some of the marketing. Some of the cannabis companies, dipping their toes into the psilocybin. And I wanted to get your take on what you think the differences are and where the similarities are, where we're going, how we're going to be marketing these things, because they are very different types of substances on some levels, and they're very similar on others. So, Lisa's looking like she wants to answer.
Okay, yes, I'll give this as my best shot. I still think education is at the core of it. And I think one of the aspects of the stigma is people who won't try cannabis or psychedelics, sometimes they've had cannabis as an easy one in the sense that, I smoked a joint once when I was younger, I got really high, paranoid and anxious, and I'm never doing it again. And even if you haven't had that experience, just hearing that somebody else has had that experience, or your friend or your mom, and it was horrible, can be enough for the person who didn't experience that to take on the story and say, that's not worth the risk. And psychedelics, it is a longer experience. It can be, way different than just, like when I get too high, I'm like, it's just THC, it's just THC. And I know how to bring myself down, but psychedelics is a whole other world that opens up there. So and it's also very unique as far as how people experience it and what they see and what goes on for them. So education is obviously at the core of all of it, and making that information accessible and understanding that I might have a different experience than Derek and Elise, and all of that is valid and okay, and your fears are valid and okay, but how do you meet them with that education to talk about it? And I think marketing, there's two different things. It's like you're either on board with this and it's a matter of which product am I buying, or I'm not on board with this at all, and how do I get over that hump to even be a part of that target market? So, and education is at the core of all of it without going too much down that hole.
And I think another thing that's really important for us to realize in both industries is that psychoactivity does not equate to a product's ability to heal or make anything, like any changes, right? So people are like, oh, I don't want to use cannabis, or I don't want to take psychedelics because I can't be lost for 8 hours or whatever it may be. I'm going to say, okay, that's fine. I completely understand where you're coming from. But what if I told you one of my clients right now is putting DMT into a microdose patch, right? You're not going to get any kind of psychoactivity from the chemical, but it's doing things for neuroregenesis, right? Like if they're studying it on people in the University of Wisconsin who have dementia, right? I'm not going to give my grandma DMT. There's no way, right? Like I would never, but at a microdose level, it's doing amazing things. And so when people are scared of the psychoactivity that they might receive from these products, it's understandable, right? You just have to realize that just because you're taking these things doesn't mean you have to get high. And, yes, there's nothing bad about getting high or taking a large dose or anything like that, but what's my cup of tea might not be yours, right? And there's so many people who can benefit off of these substances, but they don't want to experience that. They're scared, they have anxiety, whatever it may be, and it's like, that's okay. You don't have to experience it. There's other ways, and let us show you and teach you how you can take advantage of these products in your own comfortability.
Yeah, I'll echo that. A lot of it's really similar, at least from cannabis and psychedelics. I think what we're hearing is a lot of people are scared, right? Well, that's because Prohibition, the War on Drugs is a very well-funded campaign by the government to make and drugs for many reasons, like, oh, you take psychedelics, you'll kill yourself, or jump out of the building, what? So what I found, because I got my start judging edibles in 2012 for high times, when edibles were still scary, and now it's trendy and easy to microdose gummies. And what's the scary part of cannabis now that's still stigmatized? Dabs, concentrates. So I just spent 2 years as a CMO of the concentrates brand, and the whole thing was educate on concentrates, normalize concentrates. You can take a low temp micro dab, you're not going to be sweating, falling on the floor. There's another way to have this experience. Same thing with mushrooms or psilocybin. What we learned from cannabis, the original cannabis edibles, and we'll talk about this in the food panel later, but we're also strong. Right now, I've seen microdose gummies in 0.05, 0.1, 0.3. Like, we've already got microdose psilocybin products. We have low dose, high dose, we have chocolate, we have gummies. We already have healthy psilocybin products being made, which it took 10, 15, 20 years to get there in cannabis. So it's great about psychedelics is we've got this head start because we're learning or using what we've learned. Sorry.
I think an important thing to kind of consider around this is who's going to be doing the educating of psychedelics. Is it going to be us on the stage? Probably not. Psychedelics are going to have a clinical setting for quite a long time until, could there be a recreational market? There absolutely could be, or rather an adult use market. There absolutely could be. You look at Oakland and Denver and DC, it's decriminalized. When I think about that, I think of like coffee shops in Amsterdam in the 90s and 2000s. But in reality, this is going to be a clinical application for a very long time. That's where it's going to do most of its work. That's really where psychedelics are going to move into the mainstream. And that's what we really need to be focusing on and making sure that the clinicians, psychiatrists and therapists really understand the properties of this compound. And something that I think is really important in that regard is we have to pay not only homage to indigenous communities that first developed the use of these plants, we really need to adopt the way that they approach the use. I think approaching it with a lot of Western medical modalities is doing a disservice to psychedelics. And I think there's a good mutual ground where a lot of Western medical success can be incorporated, but we certainly need to think back to what made these plants so successful for thousands of years. And that's, I think an important kind of lens to look at it.
It's heart and soul thing. It's heart and soul to psychedelics. I mean, it's what connects you to your heart and your soul and recounts you, taking these lessons that you learned in those moments and then applying them in life. And that's what we do in marketing, that's what we do in education, is making somebody comfortable to do that, to take that journey. And it is this story. And it's going back to the root of that to make people comfortable. And cannabis led the way for that. So we take what we did with cannabis and just even make it bigger and better and educate even more and have that healing heart beating the way, leading the brain.
So psychedelic experiences can be really widely varied, right? And I've been telling people that I haven't used DMT yet because I'm not sure if I want to believe in the machine elves like everyone else does. That's really the answer. It's like everyone that I talk to believes that these are real elves, just like on this stage. They're like, why are you talking about them like they're fake? I understand, but the point is, whose responsibility is it to educate people about what the possibilities are with psychedelics? Because you hear about people having a bad trip. It's not necessarily what the substance is doing to you, but what you're psychologically prepared for and things like that. And it's really an important topic. Like, how do we know who we're talking to and who this stuff is right for and who's prepared for, and how do we educate around the setting? To me, it seems like a steep challenge, a steep hill to climb. And I'm just asking you guys what your opinion is.
I don't believe it should be any one person. I think like you're allowed to educate yourself on psychedelics, right? Like a pharmacist should have more autonomy and greater education than you, right? Like any adult here can go online and find all the information they need to inform themselves to have a good trip. I think almost every bad trip story I've heard is somebody who either did psychedelics while on other drugs, somebody who took way too many psychedelics, somebody who took them in the wrong place. And one thing I don't want to see is I don't think only clinicians, pharmacists, or Western medical doctors should be the only ones who can tell people to use these. I think everyone should have free access to psychedelics You should be able to grow your own mushrooms and be able to eat them, and you should be able to do that without anybody telling you how. I think like the same way that we wouldn't just go drink a random bottle of Everclear, right? As a culture, we educate our children of what's poison, what's toxic, what's not, what can harm you. You know, I mean, as a culture, should we not just be collectively educating each other? And that's what we're doing in this room, and just continuing to do that. And if you're in a place of more power, if you're a medical professional or scientific professional, and or have a lot of money, and you're in a place where you're be able to decide who has access to these, you know, maybe use your voice and think about it as more of a collective than your thing. I mean, I heard a story about some guy who tried to like trademark or patent magical, or you know, people trying to take over the space. And I mean, I can do psychedelic therapy. You can build a brand and differentiate yourself, and still there's plenty of room and access for everybody else to make their vehicle products and sell them. There's plenty of room for everybody to have very successful, abundant, beautiful companies helping lots of people.
Here. I think we should anybody else have anything they want to add on the panel?
We did talk about social equity and social justice, and that's one thing I wanted to bring up. I mentioned what came in from California, but Oakland is where the first equity program was created. And what that is, you know, people in Oakland and San Francisco, we all got together and acknowledged that the war on drugs, you know, disproportionately harmed one group of people, and those were Black and brown people and minorities, all went to jail and are still sitting in jail at an extremely disproportionate rates with white people. And while white people are making millions of dollars, there's still people in jail for like an ounce of weed or a pound of weed. So we need to get them out. And also, if you're in a state that's coming online, push equity, push social justice, push supporting the legacy people who are doing it before the MSOs came in. If you're an MSO, go support a legacy or equity operator, please. And that's all I gotta say about that.
Lab Sunnyside is their packaging partner company that took their power and took their corporate status, and they created a social justice and mobility department, see the job community, use fine print, and
I second that for sure. I'm watching all the legislation. I'm watching who's pushing social equity and who's taking it out. And we cover all the time. Okay, good.
Let's grow together.
All right, that's gonna wrap up our Southern Cannabis panel. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you.
What the hell is that shit?
No, I want to tell you that these dudes over here talking, the mic picks them up.
Really? Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
On the feed?
Because I was like, because I thought it was you guys. I'm like, damn, how you guys talking so much?
Yeah.
Make most noise, but maybe it was you guys. Do you guys talk during the
Nah, not really.
I'm gonna tell you, if you do talk, it's I can't hear.
Is it connected still to the camera?
No, I just have my monitor speakers on from the main.
Oh, and you know what? Time out. I don't know if it's this room or that room, to be honest.
Because there's two.
Yeah. One room is like,
Okay. This is room 1. That's room 2. I don't know if they said which one it was.
it was me. I was listening.
Oh,
It was me.
Oh, so you're on Cannadelic Miami? On YouTube?
I was on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, Cannadelic Miami? Because this is room 1. So it should say it right there on the screen.
It was like around 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, okay. Then it probably was us.
Okay.
It probably was. Because my boss is here letting us know, like, some of the mics are not working properly.
Yeah, like every single little thing. I'm like, shit, every single thing y'all can touch.
Oh, wow.
they were talking about cannabis as medicine. Raise your hand if you use cannabis. Keep your hand up if you use cannabis as medicine, even if you don't need to. So, my friend, can we make that stop?
Yeah, we're trying.
Versus my vibe. My friend Gray Wolf, JD Ellis, anybody familiar with Gray Wolf? That's right. So what Florida might not know, there were some people already doing this a really long time ago, allegedly. And JD Ellis from Skunk Farms says cannabis is such good medicine, some people take it just for the side effects. And I think that's and that's really where I want to keep the spirit of this conversation. We all use cannabis, but no.
If not, we'll just swap the wireless mics.
Now I want
Because I think the one that she has on the podium is faulty.
doctors who know why it benefits us the way it does. So I'm going to go ahead and start out by letting the panelists introduce themselves, and then I'm going to do a poll with the audience, and I'm counting on you guys. If you don't raise your hand when I ask questions, I'm just going to get discouraged. I'm going to start calling people out by like red shirt, flat bill hat. So help me out here, okay, you guys? Please give a round of applause to my panel and warmly welcome them. And I want to start right here with Kelly. And would you please introduce yourself? Tell us what you do. Dr. Kelly King, founder of Dr. Kelly King. She's an internal medicine physician. I've been a cannabis physician now since it began here in Florida. I'm originally from Oakland, California, so shout out to Oakland. Shout out to Oakland. This conference. So grew up in Oakland, went to medical school in San Francisco, and also as well as University of Tennessee. And so the cannabis industry, cannabis is near and dear to my heart, and I've just been blessed to be able to practice in this space. Thank you. Thank you, Lola.
Yeah, thank you so much for the organizer for hosting this event. I am Dr. Lola, also known as Dr. O. I'm a clinical pharmacist by trade and plant medicine specialist. I grew up in western part of Africa, in Nigeria specifically, where we use plant medicine as wellness. So that's my background in plant medicine. So I'm bringing that knowledge and my extensive background in how drugs work, how medicine works, to help people level up on their wellness journey, saving money on healthcare costs, and of course, avoiding all the adverse reactions.
Well, that's not how doctors in America do it. We don't take physical money, we don't avoid adverse reactions. I don't know if we're going to somebody talk to her about how we do it here because it's different. I don't think we're going to be successful here.
That is fine. Right there. That is the difference.
They all agree with
I'm
this.
the founder of the BCI Health. We are alternative health and wellness firms. We help people, like I say, through education and medicine. And I'm so honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to let you know I was taking cannabis to the dentist way before I started it. Just doing that in my own personal life, not for anybody else. Tell us about oral health and cannabis.
Hi, I'm from Sudan. I'm a dentist. 5 years of experience.
I need more mic.
Yeah, we can't hear that at all.
It doesn't hear? Is it not?
Talk.
Tap it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
I just need a little more gain, a little more volume, please.
Yeah.
Hello? Hi. As I said, 25 years of experience in the dental field as dentist, general dentistry. I am a master in implantology from UCL London, clinical research in Harvard program, and I'm operating out of Belgium, Israeli by origin, and doing quite a lot in the cannabis field. We are sampling on real human biofilm, the potential of cannabinoids, and patented some few patents in the field, and you will be very surprised that maybe in the future we will be able to transform endodontic treatments to really not to amputate the nerve of the tooth, but really to treat and to heal the tooth without endodontic treatments. That's something futuristic. and as well personalized oral care, so we will be able to adapt the personal toothpaste for a human being due to what the samples will tell you. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Dr. Rob.
Hello, my name is Dr. Rob Streisfeld. Doc Rob, I am a naturopathic medical doctor, a natural food chef with 20 plus years in dietary supplements and the natural products industry, helping people with CBD since 8, 9, 10 years ago from hemp extract. So I work around supplements, formulation, a lot of consumer education. I host a podcast on Cannabis Radio called Concierge to Better Living. And a lot more, but looking forward to sharing conversations.
Thank you, Lynn. You got a really hot mic up here, guys.
Hi, I'm Lynn Bornsford. I am a psychiatrist. I'm boarded in adult child adolescent forensic psychiatry. But for the past 9.5 years, until my hospital closed in June, I took care of cancer patients and did the treatment of anxiety and depression and PTSD, but also did the cannabis educating and had the opportunity to see a tremendous amount of what I call deep prescribing, getting people off of traditional pharmaceutical agents using cannabis in a wide range.
Huh?
I am here, I work as a medical advisor to an online dispensary called Global, which is another capacity that I'm here for.
Hello, to the room. How's everyone feeling today?
I mean, if we feel half as fabulous as you look, we're doing all right. I want to go to my doctor's office and I want that rolling in. When I have the paper dress on, I want that. That's what I want. It's going to make me feel comfortable. I'm going to feel like, okay, I'm with my people now. I'm going to get taken care of.
Thank you for that. I am Dr. Denise Christina Vito. I am a cannabis epidemiologist at the University of Miami School of Nursing and Health Studies. I also have an appointment at the University of Miami School of Medicine, also Sylvester Cancer Research Center, and also I am a co-collaborator at the University of Texas Public Health. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because the majority of my laboratory is very multidisciplinary and multi-collaborative. I'm the principal investigator to 3 National Institute of Health grants. The largest one is $3.0 million to study 18 to 34-year-olds to see the subclinical cardiovascular disease risk based on cannabinoid content. So that's just one piece, but I'm very excited to talk about cannabis as medicine because when I started this about 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, it was very stigmatized, and especially at the university level, even when I was working on my doctoral dissertation work, I was strongly recommended to change paths and stop because this would be career suicide. So I'm here for anyone in the audience in case you stop listening to this talk and you get boring, which is, we are a bunch of doctors, so it's possible. But I just want you to know that cannabis is medicine, whether you know it or not, and it's because you have to eat it and have something that we can justify this. I look forward to this conversation.
No more applause because we don't have time for that because if you see the brainiacs that are out here, we want it all conversation. So, and shout out to you guys for that. You guys are doing a really excellent job. I mean, they rearrange seats every time and work on these microphones. So thank you very much.
The microphones are too close to each other.
I want to start out by saying raise your hand if you went to medical school. You guys can too. If any of you went to medical school, you can raise your hand. Raise your hand if you went to medical school.
She's 5'6".
You're a doctor. You went to medical school.
I'm talking about the moderator.
Keep your hand up if you learned about the endocannabinoid system in medical.
Do you know which one?
Do you have a problem?
He was using line 5. So
Definitely have a problem. Did not learn about it.
But I have one, right?
So we gotta do
All
this
people
right
have
here.
it. Of course you do. I mean, you spend
And
so
they're
much
really
time
close
in
together, so it's probably coming feedback from the
pharmaceutical
microphone.
classes, learning statistics,
The one in the white button
clinical
up.
processes of the
He's
body.
pointing
That's
to
what
where.
we do as medicine. And so
Is that
when
a
I
cord?
heard about the endocannabinoid
The
system,
cords over there and wireless over here.
patients started
Yeah.
asking me, why does this work? How does this work?
So the microphone from the cord.
Really getting into.
we have 4, right?
Yeah,
Then
4
I
wired.
learned about Raphael and learned about all the work in Israel. Learned about all of this research on cannabis that they have known about. And then I reflect back on what my professors would tell me and what my colleagues would tell me. And that would be
stay away from cannabis. That is not, it was very stigmatized, and it's still very stigmatized. There's no research, that's what the doctor will tell you, or the traditional doctor will tell you, it's just not enough research.
Well, and it's so unfair when they say that. Oh, we could, but there's no research. The way that this drug is scheduled through the FDA is not accessible to research. And here's a call to action to everyone in the room. The FDA is wanting to schedule 5 more psychoactive compounds.
I mean, it's coming in clear.
Voice your
So
opinion
it
and
might
say,
just be the
don't put these
PA.
on the federal registry because then
Has
you
been doing
can't
it all
study
morning?
them. If you like,
No, well, today.
like TMT, you want to go to registration.gov
Probably
and make sure that this doesn't get
turn
scheduled.
the speakers out more. See if that.
Jumping in. Lynn, what were you going to say?
Well, the research is there, however, on what happens when you give people with opiates benzodiazepines, and what happens when you combine all these other respiratory suppressant drugs. So my response to my colleagues, where they said there's evidence-based science on this, is that I know exactly what will happen if I do this other treatment. Dr. Brown.
There's also the fact that for all those years of research that were done, it was all showing the harm that this plant could cause. It never really the perspective of what are the benefits and the attributes of the plant and how it can be used for the potential side effects or contraindications. There's always the harm that these can cause.
And to add to that, the National Institute of Drug Abuse is very, very adamant about not funding any research, especially with cannabis, unless it's for children believing in the effects.
Do you hear this?
So,
Do you hear this? Are you annoyed? Because this is our taxpayer dollars. We're paying to be annoyed like this. It's annoying. If you're not registered to vote, register to
I
vote.
believe it was during Nixon's administration that the Brown study was done to prove it, except that it didn't prove it. So it's disappeared, gone.
There were many studies actually during the Nixon era, specifically one, I like, Melanie Dreher did the ones in Jamaica with the children and the moms that were using like cannabis. They were trying to show human application in a cultural setting and was there negative impact. And in most cases, they found actually it improved IQ, overall improved well-being.
Can't publish that.
But we couldn't see that, back in the 70s become reality.
And you talk to Irv Rosenfeld, that the United is still getting these cannabis stores because they said you're not gonna live, and you have another, maybe 5 years to live, and they're giving them these cannabis stores. He's alive today, and he said, they never came back to me to find out why I'm still alive.
Yeah, Veronica, tell me in your international experience, so this is a lot from our experience in the US, in your international experience, especially since you mentioned Israel, shout out to Israel, they've been doing the hard work. You know what I love? I love when you go down to the floor on a show like this and somebody's like, THCO, Delta 8, I invented this. I'm like,
You don't hear them.
I'm like, in Israel in 1968, is that when you invented? But I want to hear from Veronica, and then I want to hear from Lola about an international perspective about your education and where you come around to this.
So from my international point of view, I was really
Switch your camera.
honored to be in the course of film in Israel. That's how I
mean, it's.
combined my dental field with medical cannabis.
See, like I'm not picking her up at all. Very little. I'm all the way up.
Point of view, due to my father's sickness with cancer,
If these cores might be better.
I think so.
I was trying to get
Because they're all going into one.
and
Yeah,
that's
some
how
of
I
these.
got
We had to change out 2 of the mics when we
I
started.
think this is faulty right here.
and
All of the microphones are connected to this.
Right, yeah, same thing on mine over there.
Before 5-10 years back, if you would tell
Oh, the
me
buzzing's on.
cannabis in your
Yeah, I kind of adjusted on them.
Yeah, on the monitor, just turn it down.
materials,
Right?
I would tell you
But you're not even getting audio going into your thing.
Especially, it's a very, very conservative world, and there is no research and nothing goes around it. So it was really
You're not getting. I mean, you're getting sound, but it's echoey on your feed, your actual feed. Oh no, not here, but on your YouTube feed. You're actually getting echoey sound.
applications, the research that's
Oh,
going
you're looking at
around,
the
and
that's
then
right.
like Lego ideas came in my mind,
okay? We have as well in the dental club, we have receptors
That's
for
headphones.
CB1, CB2, so it means that we have
Yeah,
as well in the system, so. What is
In spite of the fact that regular medical
So-
insurance doesn't cover your teeth, they're still in your body, like they still
And,
are
and the
medical,
problem
right?
is, the problem on international level as well, that in my field, in oral care, I was quite pioneering in this field.
Just trying to, is
There
this on
is
this one?
nothing
Okay.
going
We
on.
have given it to one of the
Well, I have to give a shout out
videographers,
to
so she can plug it into the camera.
Dex, the,
We're not using it anymore.
California company that we
So we can actually plug this into
So shout out to CBD Dex.
I
Well,
was
let's
looking really
talk to me a little bit about how you come to this, because you're coming from a culture that utilizes plant medicine. And in America, that seems so extra, right? But it's not extra in most parts of the world.
For me, going on, was the part of
Yeah, we should have a laptop over there, so we'll plug it into that.
And it goes on. Forward to, I went to school here, I went to Union University, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee. As an undergrad, I graduated major in biology, minor in chemistry. Bringing that knowledge from Western Africa to this place is the same thing. It's the same demonization that was man, you don't want to mess with weed, you know. So it's the same thing that your parents told you that we were told growing up. Fast forward to me going to pharmacy school, it dawned on me that look here, the same plant, mango leaf, the tree, the bark that we used to use to treat malaria is the same active ingredient that I now use to manage patients when they are traveling abroad for malaria. So these plants have active ingredients. Most of our pharmaceuticals were originally derived from medicinal herbs. We have a receptor in our body, and that's a system. That's why this plant can even work in your body for the first instance. We have endorphin receptor, which is where the reason why your opioid is able to work in your body. We are already producing endorphin in our body, which is when you look at the structure, is similar to your morphine and every other thing, codeine, hydrocodone is the same backbone that you have in your endorphin that your body is already producing. It's the same thing with cannabis. We have anandamide, and we will get into that. Plant is medicine. So for me, having my clinical background and extensive biochemistry, I'm able to look at this plant and able to talk to people and say, look, I trust my herbs. I have used it. I've been on side of both worlds. And that is part of what I did in my book, A Pharmacist's Guide to Cannabis. What we need to get to do is take away those medical jargons that scare our people away and break it down to average person's level so that they will know that this is medicine. And I'm gonna pass it back to you.
That's right. Lynn is nodding vigorously. When a psychiatrist nods that much, I shut up and listen.
I love to nod. It's interesting because a lot of the stigma and a lot of the reason I discounted, I thought plant medicine, I was educated that it was somewhat
And can we
dirty.
stop for a second right there? She discounted it. She bought the drug, the war on drugs narrative. She did her research. She changed her mind. Right? Can we all take a minute and can we really, really hope that, and in the places in my life where I'm wrong today, I want to be able to change my mind. I want that kind of plasticity. And for the people around me who are stuck where they are, I'm going to remember this, that we can change our minds and we can pick another path. Forgive me for stopping you.
Evolution.
It really
We
is.
evolve.
Progression. We're growing. So forgive me.
It was a very personal change. People say to me when patients would come in and I'd say to them, have you considered cannabis? They'd say, oh, honey, I'm not like you. I don't do that kind of stuff. And I'd say, you don't understand. I was no fun in high school. I was no fun in college. I just did nothing. I've never taken a puff of a cigarette. I believed everything I was told. And part of what I was told was that plant medicine was a dirty, less powerful.
Yeah.
You know, I was absolutely lied to.
We're brainwashed.
Oh,
We're brainwashed.
Brainwashed is almost gentle. It's
Ooh.
lied to.
Ooh.
So In 2014, my mother, who was 84 but in perfect health, was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I was working in a cancer hospital, and my older sister, the hippie, suggested cannabis, and my response, and I repeat this over and over again, it's my penance. I said, absolutely not. I'm a licensed professional.
Oh,
My
yeah.
mother had been a high school teacher. She said, I'm not doing that. That's what bad kids do. So that was she began her treatment, and her treatment was working. The chemo was shrinking the tumors, but the side effects.
Yeah.
And for her, it was nausea, and it was cramping and gas and pain and diarrhea and anxiety and insomnia. And my mom was tiny to begin with, very thin. And after about 8 or 9 months, they said, we cannot treat her anymore because we had nothing. The hospital where I worked used integrative medicine as well as traditional medicine, but we still couldn't get around this. The Marinol that I finally argued with to get around $1,300 copay for Medicare for Marinol, my mother took
Are you
one.
annoyed yet? Are you annoyed? All right.
Yeah.
Just want to be the only one up here being salty about it, but I'm
Yeah.
salty about it.
Well, and Marinol is synthetic THC, and my experience is that Mother Nature is way smarter than we are, because
Much
my
better.
mother took
Come
one
on.
Marinol and couldn't tolerate it. She was hallucinating and she was agitated and never took another. But the edible my sister brought her during hospice was an entirely different experience, took care of everything, and left her eating a little bit. It was too late for her, but it was the game changer for me.
Well, and how many people have you helped? And I'm thankful for
Thousands
that.
and
I'm
thousands.
thankful. Doc
And-
Rob, you've seen this. Like, you've heard this story.
Well, not only that, I mean, I grew up the opposite. I grew up 10 minutes from where Woodstock happened in '69. So my whole neighborhood, my whole community was very more open-minded to it, including my dad. And so it wasn't such of that area, but I was sick as a kid and digestive issues and so forth. And so I went to naturopathic school to find a solution, because when the doctor said, you know, here, take this antacid, and I'm like, well, how long do I have to be on it? They're like, forever. Like, there's no exit strategy. So that's not really a treatment plan.
That's not a good business plan, giving people an exit strategy straight up.
Oh,
We
yeah,
like to
not good
loop
for
them
them.
in young and keep them.
Well, that's why I felt like I was being hooked very quickly. But
That's
that's
right.
I want to reinforce, when I went to naturopathic school, I first volunteered in a hospital pharmacy in undergrad. So I got to see all the pills and and I read the PDR every time something came up that was a rare one. I looked it up and read about it. Then I went to the naturopathic school, and there we had walls of bottles of herbal tinctures and plant medicines compared to the pills and pharmaceuticals. And so, of course, I'm scoffing at it, like, these aren't strong. And I made pain formula one day, and of like 5-6 different herbs. And my supervising doctor said, can I look at it before you take it? And I said, sure. And they looked at it, he goes, did you take it? I'm like, no. And they go, good, because you could have killed yourself.
Oh.
Because there was, belladonna maybe in there for pain, but you put a little bit too much, it can kill you. So dosing comes into a major play, even when it comes to plant medicine. You still have to respect the strength of these plants. And I've noticed that when I first started teaching about hemp extract and CBD almost 9-10 years ago, the manufacturers, the suppliers, the brands, they wanted you to sell high dose. Everyone needs more. You need more and more and more, instead of the let's go start low and go slow, which has become the mantra over the last several years. But in the early stages, it was put as much as you can in them. And that was not the answer. So I always go back now to dosing and saying we should always look at that as an individual basis, and also respect the plant for a very potent power that it has, even in small amounts.
I want to turn to the audience for a minute. Has anybody here seen a practitioner, a medical practitioner, who's recommended I don't mean the guy you pay $60 to in California who gives you your thing outside the festival. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, has anybody here gone to a medical professional and said, oh, I think you could use this. I think you could use this. I think you should have a little cannabis. Has anybody received that as part of their overall medical treatment? We got a couple of yeses. Your privilege is showing. I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing that you get that. Does anybody have any questions for the panel so far? Because we're good to keep chugging along if you guys don't have any questions. What do you have, sir?
One thing that concerns me is I work with Lynn in the cannabis space. How do we transition away from the immaturity of these candies that look like they're for children? And
Come on.
get people to be more serious, Because I'm so tired of the Cheech and Chong stigma that if you use cannabis, you're some kind of loser.
Okay.
You don't bathe.
I just want to say if Tommy Chong is listening, we're not sick of you at all, and you're welcome. You are welcome, Tommy, and we are not sick of you. But I hear what you're saying. So there's a stigma about it, and there's also a cannabis culture, and it's a beautiful, vibrant, awesome thing, and I don't want to put a lid on it. I mean, you're welcome to if you want to if you want to, but I don't want to put a lid on that. But I gotta tell you, I have little kids at home, and I'm a little bit salty and annoyed about some of the things I see downstairs. I don't appreciate it. It's their right to do it. It's not how I'd want to do my brand. It's not who I want my customers to be. It's not who I'm doing professional marketing for. I think it's pretty irresponsible, but they've got to sleep at night, not me. Oh, the future is more of that, baby. It's coming. Let's
think music. There's so many different genres of music,
Yeah.
and you may not want to go into a party and bang around and heavy metal and punk, but you also may want to sit and listen to jazz, and someone might hate that. So you have to figure out your own tastes and cultures. There's going to be a lot of consumption lounges, and there's going to be a lot of different experiences that you're going to be able to enjoy. You may not want to go into some of them, and you may like others. And that's,
yeah, I mean, you might be a jazz festival person. You might be a rave person, like a little day glow pacifier around your neck. There's going to be something for everybody. Dr. Denise, what do you think?
I'm going to challenge a little bit to that, because I'm thinking particularly of the cancer and HIV patients that we study in our lab. And a lot of them, especially if they're not used, thank you, especially if they're not used to cannabis and the smoking, sometimes getting an edible and sometimes a sweet candy might be helpful for them. What I do agree with is the marketing that's targeted against the children, that's a separate story. But your question specifically was about the stigma and how to, what's the future? And I really believe that the future is here, and the people that we're educating, I'm going to give a shout out to my study coordinator there, Bria, because it's the future. Although it's candy, yes, it's kind of better than pharmaceuticals. And I don't want to, oversimplify, but I'm here listening to this narrative that we're talking like, oh no, the candies, let's not. But there are patient populations that can benefit from that. I do agree to limit the sugar, because also, since I do study cardiometabolic illness, what are you adding to this cannabis? And especially if we rewind to the vaping epidemic that occurred in 2019, we all, in the beginning, it was THC. Oh, stay away from THC. You can't vape it. When you found out, it was the things that they added to it.
I mean, the best thing COVID did was get rid of VapeGate. I'll tell you that, because we were all in big trouble for a minute.
It's coming back, though. Let me just say, because based on Miami conversations. So.
Pennsylvania recently.
Kelly, I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, a lot of this is going to be education, dispelling stigma. Half of what I do on a day-to-day basis, when I tell people what I do, is dispelling stigma. When I started my clinic in Brandon, I was one of the only cannabis doctors in the space, and there's only 3% of medical doctors in Florida that are certified to do this. So 2,500 doctors in the entire state of Florida are certified to do this. And so I was one of the only ones in my area, and I, put on my big girl panties and knocked on doors. I went to the oncologist, I went to the neurologist, I went to the gastroenterologist, I went to the pain doctors, and I knocked on their door and said, I am Dr. Kelly King, and this is what I do. This is how I do it. Please send me your patients, because even if you don't, if you don't understand cannabis, even if you're not comfortable with it, your patients are going to ask you about it. And you want to send them to someone who knows about it, who's taken the time to learn about it. And then you dispel the stigma. And then once you have patients that say, this isn't so bad. This isn't what I thought. And their family members start to see them get better. And you invite them in, then they tell everybody, and then your patients become your advocates, and then we dispel the stigma. That's what we have to do.
I like putting faces on the stories. And so my mom's face is one. I have a daughter who's adopted from China, and she has an autoimmune kidney disorder that you see in people born in Asia. And initially was treated at age 10 with mega doses of prednisone and had all the side effects from steroids. And it took a long, long time to get those side effects done with, the moon face and the weight gain and all the other things. And 4 years later, we sat in the doctor's office and he said, the numbers are changing again. You may need another course of steroids. And my 14-year-old burst into tears and said, please, no, please don't do that to me. I asked him to give me a month, and I started her on a very high quality CBD. She's now 17 and a half. She has never taken steroids again. She's not had an episode. When we were at Children's Hospital in November, they asked her to be in a bone health study. And as we sat down, the woman said, well, you know, because you have osteoporosis because of all the steroids you've taken and the fractures you've had. And I said, pardon me. She took steroids once. She doesn't have fractures. She doesn't have osteoporosis. And as a matter of fact, she's a varsity field hockey player and plays on a travel team. Thank you. Why don't you study CBD for bone health?
That's right. That's right. Doc Rob.
If I can just comment on that
Sure.
briefly. And when we're talking about steroid, when we talk about pharmaceutics, that is our big gun. They just shattered to pieces right there. When you're talking about pain, when we start bringing steroid, especially IV steroid, that is our big gun. So we're looking at this agent that are plant-based, that have studies have showed us over 3 times better than our steroid. And look at the side effect, aggression, bone osteoporosis, all this stuff.
Psychosis,
So
diabetes.
when you're talking about that, it is just crazy to put this plant medicine in what I call the jail of human. When our big gun is over.
Yeah, but
it is insane.
There's no patent on the plant medicine and nobody's making a bunch of money. Nobody's making a bunch of money, Doc Rob.
Well, I just want to go into then from that point of view, including the stigma conversation, is delivery systems. Because I think that from a medical standpoint is often overlooked. You know, I can tell someone, I tell this to everyone, someone that smokes a joint, which is fine, is going to have a different physiological reaction than if you're vaping or if you take an edible or if you take a tincture. And that understanding, I think, is one of the ground floors of using cannabis is how is that plant, not just the plant itself, but how is it going to react to your body and the method you're consuming it? Because a lot of people I know that have maybe smoked back in high school and college, now they're a little bit older, now they're going to smoke that joint. Now, number one, the plant itself is more potent than it was most likely due to good breeding and science and so forth. But more importantly, you're now going to have, many people have inflammation or a stress response from the smoke and the heat going into the mucosal lining. Now that triggers the response to the cortisol into the adrenal glands and then affects blood sugar, and there's a cascade there. So we can't look at it in symptom to treatment. It's how does the body reflect and how does the endocannabinoid system best respond? And then of course you look at how your liver is going to work if you're taking an edible and how that changes. So that to me is really a conversation that a lot of people miss when it comes to not only is it the plant good for you, but how are you consuming that plant? Just like you said, when I first went to Colorado a decade ago, and I went to a patient-only center, and they showed me these products that were for medicine, and I was like, no, no. It's got blue titanium dioxide and blue number this and red number that and 25 grams of sugar. I'm like,
you mean you can't use a nerd rope
that's not
as
gonna
treatment? This is a game changer for me. I got a question from the audience.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about the NIH studies. Is
Okay.
that possible?
Oh, yes, I could talk for decades. Let us discuss. So, which study are you most particular? So I have 3.
First of all, my orientation is someone who comes from a family of doctors and lawyers, and we always have wonderful dinner conversations.
It's got to be fun at Thanksgiving.
The issue for me is until the medical establishment gets behind research, we're all just wandering in the dark. So I'd like to know in a detailed sort of way what your perspective is on the status of the NIH studies that you've been funded to perform.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in there. There's many platforms out there, and I don't have any compensation to it, but like there's one called Cannabis, and Cannabis 360, which has collated every research related to cannabis into one platform that could be searched by symptoms, by strain types, and so this is emerging. But what I want to say is there's like 1,000, they say 1,000 articles published almost daily related to cannabis.
Wow.
Research articles now.
Cannabis.
But I'm saying is even still, there's thousands of articles a month, if not more, published in cannabis. Research being done all over the world, and even research. I'll let Doc jump in. Is even research and researchers aren't necessarily the answer. I say that because I've been to ICRS, which is one of the biggest cannabinoid research symposiums in the world, and you have 300 of PhDs and researchers in the room. And you can ask, how many of you have tried cannabis? And you might find 15, 20% of all those researchers have ever tried the plant. So now it's just a widget to them. So
my issue is.
Well, I want to let Denise answer your question. I want to let Denise answer the question first, just because of time, and then I could come back to you if we've got time.
Thank you kindly. So regarding the NIH studies that I have, I'm funded to study cardiovascular disease risk. That's through the NHLBI, which is the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. I'm also funded through NINR, which is the National Institute of Nursing Research, to study HIV symptomology and how cannabis and different types of cannabinoids can assist with their mainly cardiovascular symptoms as a result of their HIV medication. I'm also funded by the National Cancer Institute to study one of the first studies in the whole country, 12 of us collaborating to harmonize our data to, and you'll be very interested to hear this, to find the prevalence of cancer patients that use cannabis to self-treat. So right now it's illegal to communicate about that in many states. So we, through the National Cancer Institute, are doing that. My studies are very different in that although I may be part of their harmonization and whatever the NIH has going on, I always have sub-analyses going on. So right now my lab focuses on the brain, heart, and gut. So we, along with every single self-reported measure that we get in our studies, we also have biological mechanisms that we can compare. So I collect stool, saliva, blood, hair, urine, and also now we're actually looking into finding out skin particles so that we could see if there's cannabinoids that are there, because every single organ in our body has receptors for the endocannabinoid system. So the NIH is not really funding that microbiome research that I'm working on right now. So right now the NIH is funding to see what are the deleterious effects of the cannabis. So I did, that's what I'm funded to do. However, I can tell you now that the preliminary evidence is showing is that not all cannabis is created equal. And it really depends on not only the delivery, which was discussed earlier, but it matters on the titration of the types of cannabinoids that are in there. Isolate versus full spectrum, multiple terpenes and flavonoids included, or just the cannabinoids. And I think that is where the future is, because once we can get that data, then we can also collaborate with the baseline endocannabinoid system in every human and take a precision medicine approach.
I love that. Thank you.
That's why it needs to be descheduled.
Veronica, I want to go to Veronica. So we've only got 15 minutes left. Veronica said something fascinating. So who's ever been to the dentist where you have a cavity and they say, we're going to fix that, and it doesn't involve a drill and a filling? Anyone? Like, it's possible to regrow teeth. We're learning so much about oral care. I mean, not regrow teeth. You're not a shark. I don't mean like that. But I mean, we can repair things, and there are different modalities. And I want to use that as a pivot. So Veronica, I want you to start, but panel, here's what I want you to be thinking about. Everything in dentistry has about something is broken and I'm going to mechanically fix it. I'm going to drill that out. I'm going to cut it out. I'm going to replace it with a plastic cap. I'm going to do that, right? What Veronica is about to talk about is restorative dentistry. What I want to pivot to is how can our medical system, instead of I got something broken and you're going to hit me until it's fixed, how can you help restore me? How can you do that? And I want to start with dentistry, and then I want to just apply that and then kind of have final thoughts throughout the panel, okay?
Well, it's of course it's needed much more funds for research, and we are very limited with it. But there is absolutely a possibility in the future to heal a dental pulp. So until today, when you have very extreme pain in your teeth, what we are performing is an endodontic treatment, root canal treatment, what you call it. Of course, that you had some here, and we are actually amputating the dental pulp. So it's in this field, it's something very, very
extreme.
It's like going to a doctor and saying, "Oh, I have a cut in my finger," and the doctor will tell you, "Okay, let's cut your finger because we don't have any kind of cream to put on." You know, so it's somewhere there the dentistry in that field. Okay.
Are they going to tap cannabinoid receptors in the gums and in dental pulp that you're discussing at this point?
Yes, we found in the dental pulp cannabinoid receptors. Yes. And therefore, I started up and I filed patents in this field where, yes, in the future, we will be able to revert, to heal the dental pulp instead of amputating it.
That's great. That's great.
But it needs a lot of funds, and that's something that the community has to understand, that okay, patents are coming up, inventors are they are there, but it's an ecosystem that really investors have to understand that okay, it's not only an idea, and to make it real, it's an ecosystem that needs money and to be funded in order to get.
Denise knows how to get money for funding,
I was
so
just
like
gonna,
bring
ooh,
it, girl.
alley-oop,
Let's
though.
go there.
I was actually going to say one of the great things about being an epidemiologist is that I literally study from a top population level approach. And there's a survey that's conducted through the Centers of Disease Control called the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey. And our laboratory is actually studying, and we found that there is a lower prevalence of periodontitis in cannabis consumers compared to non-consumers. So I'm trying to use that
I'm not getting
preliminary
glaucoma
evidence.
either, you guys. I'm gonna have great teeth and good eyes.
We should collaborate. Yeah, because that's the preliminary observational data that proves that there's, potential, and then we send that to NIH, and bada bing, bada boom.
It's all happening right here.
have
It's all happening at
anecdotal
Cannadelic right here. Right here.
Yes, for real.
I love this. We're getting towards the end. Sunny, Lynn, do you have some final thoughts for us?
Sure. Well, first of all, the privilege I had at the cancer hospital was looking at the mind and body and spirit connection, and how one cannot begin to address issues with one without addressing the others. And the prevalence of CB1 and CB2 receptors through our physical bodies, our psychological systems, is enough to convince me that there's roles for cannabis in all of the healing. I have personally seen the impact of decreased anxiety, improved sleep on someone's physical health when fighting cancer, for example. I do also believe, to run across the hallway figuratively, that psychedelics are going to be a tremendous impact in psychiatry and psychology and healing. I also am a little more cynical maybe than others. I think part of the reason we have not been encouraged to heal is because of the greed, the same kind of greed and.
Oh, that's not cynical. That's just paying attention.
Yeah. So
you're not cynical.
I think that there will always be a move to push us back into our place, the family systems theory or the quantum physics of everyone trying to put everyone back into their places rather than allow change. And we're going to have to be very adamant in our determination to change. I have one other thing to say when you're talking about all cannabis being medicine. I'm a dog lover, and the meme that you see that all dogs are therapy dogs, just a lot of them are not certified.
Yeah.
And along the extension of that, which I truly believe,
Yeah.
There's nothing like coming home and discussing your issues with your dog. But I also believe along those lines that all cannabis is medicinal. It's just most of it is not sold that way.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
of the same impact.
That's true. Kelly?
I was just about to. I think, first of all, along the lines of research, we have to deschedule this. It has to be descheduled. As long as cannabis sits on Schedule 1, we can't do the kinds of clinical trials that are needed to get into the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 trials to be able to prescribe it. I think it's a double-edged sword, though, because once it gets descheduled, does that mean Big Pharma is now involved in my plant? And I don't necessarily want Big Pharma to be involved in my plant.
How about big tobacco and big
Big
alcohol?
tobacco, right,
Yeah.
exactly. So it's a double-edged sword, but from a research standpoint, we've hamstrung cannabis because it's Schedule 1. Number 2, in terms of healing, I think as organisms, as human organisms, we have to get back to letting our bodies heal itself. As long as we're getting these prescription medications, and one of the things that you said, I really like, I'm de-prescribing now. I'm an internist. I'm a trained internist. What we do is write pills. That's all we do is internal medicine. We write you a script. You go to your internist.
You went to school for that.
That's what we did. And that's how we learned to do it. And now I'm able to take some of those scripts back. And I am seeing that patients who were on 20 pills, 25 pills, that's a meal, ladies and gentlemen, that's a meal. That now that they're down to 5 pills, 3 pills, they are so much better. They have healed themselves. And a lot of that is these prescription medications that have these drug interactions that we don't know about, or we can't determine what it's going to be because they're on so many pills.
Right. We know maybe 2 things together, but not 20.
Not 20
Yeah,
things
exactly.
together. Exactly. It's its own entourage effect at that point.
That nobody
So
wants to be
when-
at.
Exactly. So when we're taking them off of these pills and letting them use cannabis and letting the plant heal them, I am seeing it's just amazing. These people are like night and day from when I met them to 3 years later when they're off of all of that mess.
It is. It's true. I want to go Doc Rob, and then I'm going to give the rest of the time to Lola.
So I went to culinary school after I became a doctor, and everyone kind of made fun of me in the sense, oh, now you're going to become a cook. I said, no, everyone in this room, everybody eats. We all have this in common. So if I could start with a conversation as a patient, what did you have for breakfast? It's a nice way to get, on the same level. And the same applies for cannabis to me, because cannabis, the way my research and my focus is more on the nutritional side of cannabis. And so I look at this as a superfood. And, I look at the most recent, everyone probably saw the COVID, Cannabis Treats COVID article. And what was interesting.
Pause right there. CBGA provided by PharmX Oregon to OSU. He provided the research material for that study. So
yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
But the key in that material for me is the A at the end, which is the acid. Which
He
is
provided the A
way
at the
that-
end,
the way
too.
nature gave us this plant in the way nature gave us is intended from scratch. So when you have a 200-pound deer going into the woods and nibbling on leaves and a bud of a cannabis plant, and it's really balancing that animal's endocannabinoid system, our focus should not be about necessarily finding diseases to treat. It's finding ways to optimize our own health and our endocannabinoid system. And when you do research in this, it shows that a lot of things can help boost the endocannabinoid system, from meditation to yoga to exercise to dark green leafy vegetables to a lot of these TLC things that we've been talking about in ways to be well. And I think that if we can, part of that stigma is take the plant back to its whole plant status. And then this happens in most things, is that we get a pendulum, right? A pendulum all the way one side where pharma wants to isolate every individual compound and multiply it, amplify it. And hopefully the pendulum of our industry will swing back to respect the whole plant. The acids have great power. You do not need to heat or oxidize in order for it to be active. And these are things, even in Florida, you have Joe Redner, up in Tampa with he wanted to get juice and raw cannabis juice, and you can't get that anywhere. And that's medicine from nature, right, in a cup. So to me, it's like kale, wheatgrass, and in the 80s. This is the next superfood, and I think if people start thinking of the plant that way and less as a drug or chemical, we'll have a lot more of this conversation on how we can use it in a more positive manner.
That's right. I like it. Lola, I want to just honor you with the balance of our time.
Yeah.
And you go ahead and take your time.
Thank you, Queen. So I'm just gonna try to make it very simple. How did this all even started? These plants have been here forever.
Mm-hmm.
The ancient use, this is one of the top 10 pharmacopoeia medicine that we have in our Bibles of medicine. How did we get here?
And the regular Bible, it's in there.
How
I'll
did
show you where later.
we even get here? We got here because of the politicians, because of, shall we call it greed? Even the doctors like Dr. Kelly were prescribing this medicine back in the days. But now our people, especially the people of color, minorities, are still wallowing in prison, in jail. Yeah, some folks are making money off of this, but my boys, my brothers and sisters are still wallowing in jail over medicine, over plants. I have opioid, oxycodone, oxymorphone that is killing over 130 people every day. What has cannabis killed? What are we going to do about it? Are we going to wallow in crying? No, we're not going to do that. What you going to do? You're going to call your lawmakers. You're going to call DC. You're going to write in there and say, this is medicine. We have to learn about it. We have to learn about it. What are you, minority people, going to do about it? You're going to have to educate yourself now. You're going to have to get up and get that education. And I'm not just talking about minority people. What are you, honey, going to do about it? Got to learn about it. How to, people here, I use herbal medicine. I know how to make this thing. This is medicine. Why are we keeping it in jail? Why are people still being locked up in jail? We need to get up and be active about it. We need to forget about the route and all that stuff and say, this is medicine. Our forefathers have used it. Why are we dying young now when my grandmother is over 100 years old in Africa? She's still living, but we're dealing with cancer, we're dealing with kidney disease. Herbs, nature has given unto us everything that we need to live a healthy life. But the politicians are holding it hostage. Right, your politicians? Let's get our folks back home and stop locking people up for plants. Release our plants.
I wanted to address the question that you asked about how do we end the stigma. I teach Sunday school with this mouth. You believe it? You end the stigma because it's not secret. My cannabis use isn't secret. I have been excused from attendance at a church full of people who say they love Jesus. They're gonna have to work that out with him because I bet he was pissed when they did that. But I get it and I feel it. And it comes back to me in my life. I serve on a school board where I live. I'm the kindergarten help out mommy. I'm all those things. And I'm a weed lady. This is how I feed my family. This is how I support my household. This is how we're going to college and doing all the things that families do, right? And I do it with cannabis money. I do it with mushroom money. I do it on mushrooms and on cannabis. And you get to not like me for that. You get to not like me and you get to be freaked out about that and you get to not like it, but I get to not shut up about it if I feel like it. And that's how I'm going to break the stigma is I'm still going to be super nice to you. I'm going to come. I'm going to volunteer. I'm going to sign up. I'm going to go around my little small town in the mountains of the Emerald Triangle, and I registered 150 people to vote at the last election. There's only 1,000 people where I live, you guys. Think about those numbers. If I was in Miami, that'd be a lot of people. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to knock on your door, and I'm going to ask you to register to vote. And I apologize if our messed up government says you have a felony and can't vote. That's the only excuse I will take. That's the only excuse I will take. You tell me that you're in cannabis and you don't register with the government, and you don't do that, don't talk to me about it. Vote for somebody local. Watch out who's your sheriff where you live. It makes a difference. We need to vote. We need to call our politicians, but we need to pick the ones that are getting in there.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? So I want to give a minute between panels for everybody to come up. I know you guys are the stage is about to be rushed with questions and contact information, but please go ahead and look at the material that says who's on the panel on the website. They do a great job. Everybody's contact information is there. We have podcasts, we have research, we have so many good things going on in this panel. Please access them and utilize them as a resource and support the good work that they're doing. Will you join me in thanking them for doing such a great job today? Oh, let's stand. Oh, I'm a little bit inland, but I'm there and I would Oh, I love Healdsburg. Yeah, I work there. Hey. Somebody send that to me.
right? But yeah, it's been fun. We've been doing a lot more rosin lately, obviously with the whole rosin craze. But I'll hand it off to the next lovely lady over here.
My name is it on? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good. My name is Jane Boyer. Oh, you can't? Am I not talking loud? I mean,
Gotta
it's
go
like
Bon Jovi style.
it's
You gotta hold it up.
all up in here. All right, my name is
Again,
Jane
up
Boyer.
high.
Jane Boyer. Also known as Propane Jane, but also doing some plain Jane stuff right now, getting into solventless, and then co-founder along with Murphy Murray of Hash Fight, where we do all the things sciencey, testy, fun. And today at 1:30, just so that I don't forget, we're gonna do a little mush fight where we're gonna use Oakland Hyphae Labs a reagent test to test some mushroom extracts live here at 1:30 in speaker room, maybe. So tune in. All right.
Hi, everybody. I'm Murphy Murray. Thank you. I co-founded Hash Fight with Jane, but I've been in the cannabis industry since 2009. So I have been through a whole evolution of extraction development in my career, from before there was any testing till now, when there's still not enough testing, but more than I've ever had access to. I've got a lab in Colorado called Sano Gardens. We have in-house analytics. We focus heavily on R&D, and we focus on live resin production. And we recently added nano emulsion, and are looking for ways to just pursue the highest purity product possible. We're technology agnostic, which means we make every type of extract. And I really focus on trying to figure out as much as I can and research these different methods, and then teach them to the people who benefit from them the most.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the Dank Duchess. I am a hash consultant based out of Oakland, California. I'm also a grower. I've been growing cannabis for 19 years. I've been making hash for just about 7.5 years. I make only solventless. Specifically, I focus on traditional temple ball making and made rosin when it was first started being hot in 2015. But at this point, I am almost exclusively a bubble hash maker because that's my preference. I have been a teacher for the last couple of years. I consult all over, whether it's going to be small companies or large farms that need to understand how they can use all parts of the plant to get the best possible solventless. I'm very happy to be a writer for several magazines about, of course, solventless. I'm all about that, classic resin and rosin. And I'm very, very happy to be here. My biggest thing is understanding that we should all grow our own and we should all know how to make our own. And then, of course, take it somewhere they can be tested so you're making sure you're not killing yourself. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Masha Bellinson. I'm with ACS Laboratory. I oversee corporate growth. What we do is we test cannabis and hemp. Cannabis in Florida for most of the licensed growers, hemp from 49 states, 15 countries, and I cover education. So I can educate on what are we testing for, right? So specifically, we test for 22 cannabinoids, CBD, CBG, CBN, THCV, all the way down. Terpenes, flavonoids, and then extracts, we test for residual solvents and heavy metals. And so there's different compliance standards, and I work with the business to make sure that they know what that is. And then I educate in a fun way so that it's not over people's heads and they understand how to use the compliance, to their advantage. So in working with so many different clients, and recently, personally, my own mushroom story, I've been doing mushrooms probably for working with the medicine over 20 years. I've also been in the cannabis industry for a while, but the bridge to mushrooms, I think microdosing is really the bridge. And so I personally have been microdosing for the past 3 years. It's been tremendous. People think I'm like the smartest person in the room. So I'm really looking to bring the standards to psilocybin that we don't have in cannabis. And so that's what I'm committed to. Thank you.
So you'll be at Mush Fight then. My name is Jessica Watson. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I am fairly somewhat new to the extraction side of things, but I started off growing my own cannabis when it was illegal a long time ago. And now I actually focus on selling all of the equipment that goes into processing. I am the only extraction supply store in Denver, Colorado. Woo-woo. And I am the only woman-owned extraction supply company. Okay, so we also, my company is based around the support of women in chemistry and in cannabis. When I first started in the industry, I started on the sales side of everything, and I felt like women in the industry did not get the recognition that we needed or that we deserved. When it came to the extraction portion of it, to the sales portion of it. I mean, women are the ones that are doing your AR. Women are the ones that are doing your marketing and your packaging and your promotions, and we're not getting that recognition that we deserve. So I have personally promoted all of these women on my page to give them the acknowledgement that they deserve and let them smell their roses while they're here, because if we don't support each other, who will?
Thank you. Well said. Before we jump into questions, we did want to kind of take the temp of the room. How many of you are extractors yourselves, either in cannabis or mushrooms or psychedelics? Okay. How many of you are hoping to learn about extraction of cannabis specifically? Okay, cool. And how many want to specifically learn about psychedelics? All right.
Two hands.
All right. Would it be helpful? Do we need to go through the different types of extractions? Is that a good place to start? You know, between BHO and solventless. I see a thumbs up back there. All right. So I think for those who don't know, what is an extraction from the very base form? And then I would like maybe whoever wants to speak to each type. So.
I would say that the simplest explanation you can start with is that an extraction is taking one piece of starting material and then breaking it down from its many components. So sometimes that means removing something you don't want. Sometimes that means increasing and consolidating something that you do want. So think about orange juice from oranges, or, you know, filtering contaminants out of your water. An extraction is just the separation of individual components from one greater whole. And that can be done on a very, very large scale or a very, very small scale, depending on the methodology.
And hash itself is this older form of extraction, right? As the plant itself, like hash has been existing for how many thousands of years, would you say, Duchess? Or do you want to speak to hash as kind of the original extract?
Indeed. Hash as we know it, I mean, we know it at least 1,300 years, has definitely been, see, I'm not going to say extracted. I'm here on this, but
Okay,
I,
fair.
being
Concentrate.
Frenchie's student, Frenchie's first student, I collect resin, right? If I'm making rosin, I'm doing extraction, but I'm collecting resin like I'm collecting grapes. So for me, making hash is collection of resin off of the cannabis plant. And from there, we do so many other things. You know, if we're going to make rosin, we have an extraction of the oils. And what she does with all the many different fractions of things that can be done are many different types of extractions. But I always say it starts with a collection of that resin, whether you're going to do something like dry sift, which is a solventless type of way. I don't want to jump into it. If you want to go through it, you know, for solventless, because sometimes people, first thing I want to say is do not mix up solventless and solvent free. They are not the same thing, and they're not interchangeable. Okay, solvent free does not start off as a solventless process. So something's not going to be CO2 and then suddenly you're going to say it's solventless. That's not how that goes. And water is the universal solvent. So we're going to put that out there. Chemistry people, water is the universal solvent. However, in the case of making bubble hash, which although we're going to have some terpene loss, we're going to have some leaking, all of that. In this case, water is being used as a carrier. So that's why we gloss over and say solventless, but it's not exactly solventless, but that's what we're keeping, that distinction between whether you're using some chemicals to dissolve something or you're using water and ice to get that resin off. And as a solventless person, there are four main parts of solventless, which is charas, which is like the original resin. And that's when you would walk past plants plants and you softly touch them up and down to get a really thin layer of resin. It would take hours to get like 2 grams. And then you would scrape it off, and that is the original live resin. After that came dry sift, which a lot of people know about. You'll find that in Morocco, Lebanon, Afghanistan, in India, where you're using a mechanical way of getting that resin to fall off. And then you're cleaning that. Because at the end of the day, the word hash, as you know, hash is to separate one thing from the other. And when you're making dry sift, you're separating. Okay, no problem at all. It's the idea of taking the material, which is the entirety, and you're separating it into separating the wheat from the chaff. So with dry sift, you're taking the resin off of the material, and then you are cleaning that up. With bubble hash, you're washing the resin off of the material, and then you're cleaning it up. And finally, with rosin, you're doing either flower rosin, which is an extraction right off the top, where you're squeezing plants and getting oil off of it, or you're making bubble hash and then doing a further process of refinement and then extracting oil out of that. Once you get to that part, that's where I'm fine to say I'm an extractor. Otherwise, I just happen to be a resin collector who's solventless. So that's all.
Yes, and her niche is hashish. Thank you, that was perfect. So hash being the first thing, how do we go from hash to knife hits of the original dabs? Were the original dabs butane? And does anyone want to speak to kind of the original extractions, whether it was butane or propane, hydrocarbon extractions, right? The shatters. I'm kind of trying to give us like a where we were, where we are, and where we're going flow, if that helps.
I think everyone remembers like some sketchy version of trying to smoke their weed, like in the in the history of their life. So for example, has anyone like done a resin hit? Let's like see how old you guys are. Okay, yeah. So like that's a hash of it's not one to be proud of, but like that was smoking hash, right? So like I think that the original dab really was just like super potent goo in a bowl. You know, like when we were originally smoking bubble hash, you just take the screens off of your sink faucet, right? You just pop those out, you put that in your bowl, sprinkle it on top, you light the hemp wick that, and you bring that over here because you don't want your lighter butane.
You don't want that butane in there.
Yeah, exactly. So, so I think that like we've been trying to find a better way to consume really potent cannabis extracts for a while. When you think about like original ceremonies with cannabis, like we're hotboxing a hut, we're trying to find a way for like everyone to consume it, but not be huffing smoke, right? It was that passive inhalation, not, a blunt, no offense to blunts, but
I'm offended.
But so in that way, we've been trying to figure out a better way to consume it. And so I think that we've been smoking dabs for a really long time. The distinction is, when did we start vaporizing them at a temperature that was actually distillation and not combustion? And so that I would say we're all still working on, because a lot of people out there are still taking hot dabs. So
thank you.
Yes. But that I think has also led to the evolution of the type of product that we made, because we went from something that was potent enough to still get us high, even if we burnt and waste most of it, versus something that was potent enough to get us high, but then it was we were at risk for a big cough. So we keep trying to like affect the consistency. And then as we figure out a better method for vaporizing it, we need a better tool to carry it. And now we need something that's sticky so we can pick it up, or something that's not sticky so we can touch it with our fingers. And, we just keep coming up with, new consistencies for how we want to eat our potatoes. Do I want it with a spoon, a fork, a handheld?
And accessories. You gotta have those accessories.
Yes.
And extractions applies to our cum chicks.
And so, thank you. That was perfect. So we've covered hash. We were just starting to get into hydrocarbon there. And so I did want, for those who don't know, does someone want to break down hydrocarbon extractions and the different types of hydrocarbon extractions? And then, of course, I would let Propane Jane speak to protein, but someone else could speak to butane. Like Marcus, what's up?
Okay, so the first time I think I've ever seen solvent extraction was A.D. Gold wrote a book, I think in 54 or something like that, called Cannabis Alchemy. And they talk in that one about like sock sledding and like basically just using petroleum ether and all sorts of yummy chemicals like that. I think the guy went by Butter King was his name back in the day. But like that was the first time I saw solvent extraction. That was in hydrocarbon at that. But hydrocarbon is basically any kind of molecule that's got a carbon molecule floating in there. And usually solvent based, I mean, even a lot of terpenes are actually hydrocarbons. And, you know, a lot of different forms of it, but what you primarily you'll see is propane, butane. Every now and then I'll see hexane, pentane, and heptane, but I don't really see those too much anymore. That was just more of when people were trying to grow giant diamonds, and that, yeah, that wave kind of crashed already. So no one's really doing that anymore. You don't see that in the lab too often, which is great because they're not lovely chemicals.
I would say it's pretty popular
I was
for all
gonna
the
say,
people
too.
doing weird stuff with D8 though. So, you know, those solvents are definitely out there.
Yeah.
I would bet you money right now that there's pentane on the floor
yeah.
in this building.
But I mean, you've
right
never
now.
seen sketchy D8, right? I mean,
I sell a lot of
Yeah.
propane. I mean, I sell a lot of pentane still currently for the hemp
Heptane
people.
for sure.
Heptane for sure. Reagent grade though. If you want to do a little remediation and you got some pesticides, that'll help you. So I do see a lot of that still.
yeah, and I mean, we're pretty picky about material quality of what we do, so we're not doing a whole lot of remediation, really. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have a lot of clients that are looking for remediation. In that case, yeah, definitely, there's a lot more consumables involved with that side.
For those who don't know, you might have to explain what remediation is.
Oh, just, you know, taking pesticides and heavy metals and, you know, all sorts of other stuff that shouldn't be in there.
Basically, a product can fail testing and then it can.
Yeah, a lot of times in like Central California, especially, I see a lot of bad water tables, a lot of bad soil, just from all the bad ag that was going on there years before. And it usually transfers into a lot of, you know, product. Yeah. And so then we end up with, you know, a lot of distillate that's contaminated with that kind of thing. And then remediation is kind of your only way out. Other than that, they're, you know, marking it for destruction. And of course, big corporations don't want to do that. So a lot of remediation goes on, especially in the MSOs of Los Angeles and Northern California. You see a lot of it out there.
And everybody should be testing their product. And if it's hot, you should be remediating it, no matter if you have lead, pesticides, arsenic. You should be doing the proper steps to remediate that product.
1000%. I forget about lab testing because I just kind of, it's embedded in my brain now. So it's one of those, oh yeah, I forgot, that doesn't go without saying.
So with lab testing, different states have different requirements. So that's just if you're, you know, if you're selling across the country, like if you're in hemp, obviously cannabis, we can't. And if you want to test in Florida, you have to test for 21 residual solvents. If you want to sell in Utah, you have to test for, I think it's 47 now. Same thing with pesticides. Florida is 67. I think Colorado is going to be 102 in April. So for makers, and all these extraction methods are very popular with hemp products now too. So there you're going across state lines and you have to make sure that you understand what the national requirements are for testing. And then everyone has different levels. So it's just, yeah, it's a shit show. It's not easy. But I think if you work with a good lab and obviously you're a good maker, you care about what you're doing, you know, it's doable. But with, I was going to say with mushroom extraction, you know, it's so because they're water soluble, but they also oxidize. So one method Paul Stamets talks about, which is the blue water extraction. So you take the fruit before they're dried, you put them in ice water, put them in the fridge for 5 days, wait for the ice cubes to melt, and then it turns blue. And it's just not as potent. You know, it could be potent for a day or two, but then it's gone. And yeah, it's a grade. So that's, I mean, that's one method. Another method is, so again, because they oxidize, there's, and this is, some of it is theory because it's so new, right? I mean, there's probably hundreds of methods and people are just starting to share information. So crystalline, synthetic crystalline, it pulls oxygen out, it transports it, carries it. So there's a crystalline method, which will pull out the oxygen, replace it with nitrogen. And obviously, I'm not a chemist. I just play one on the metaverse, but I'm really learning and how to simplify these concepts. You know, you can look them up. There's a lot of good publications on it. And then the third way, which is ultrasonic, and so that is a way that functional mushrooms, a lot of the functional mushrooms now, they're using ultrasonic extraction. So that kind of separates the material and then uses another AB acid base without, again, getting too far into the chemistry to remove the psilocybin and the psilocybin. So in cannabis, though, we know we have an endocannabinoid system. We've got all these different cannabinoids. It's, and terpenes, and it all has to work together. And with mushrooms, it's the tryptamines. So the mushrooms are, they've got psilocybin and psilocin, about 20 other compounds, like 400 alkaloids. I mean, we could go on and on. And so, yeah, it keeps going. So I think the whole thing is to not have sugar, to somehow also remove the glucose, because that prohibits it's really.
Don't want sugar?
Not,
What about all these new mushroom gummies?
well, yeah, that's interesting. I haven't had a mushroom gummy that has worked on me, but the whole point about testing is that there are some parallels with cannabis and mushroom testing, and I think that we can hopefully learn from the mistakes that we've made in cannabis and hemp. Again, have it be uniform.
Thank you.
Are you guys testing a lot of mushroom extracts right now?
Well, no, not yet, because, so we do have a DEA license, and we're a CLIA licensed laboratory, which means we can do clinical trials. So we can accept Schedule I drugs, and we do all the time. So we can accept psilocybin from a licensed researcher or grower. Now, there is only one officially licensed one. It's the Scottsdale Research Institute, Dr. Sue Sisley. I don't know if any of you are familiar with her. Yeah, she's amazing. Yeah, she's amazing. So she, short story, did a study, 7-year study with veterans using cannabis and for PTSD, but because she had to use the government's weed, which is, grown, I mean, it was like tight, it was inconclusive. So she sued them, and that's how she won the DEA license to start working with psilocybin for this. Yes, she did.
Yes, give it up.
So now she's going to grow her own mushrooms, and she just got her quota approved, which is a very big deal. So now if we receive them from her, we can test them and start to develop these standards. And then more and more, I think the first thing is just the standard. And if all the labs agree that there's only one standard, then we don't have what we have with cannabis and hemp. There's not going to be lab shopping, and there's not going to be this craziness. So then when you start with a standard, then there's all these researchers, they need cultivation, they're going to need subcontracting and all of that. And that will be the way that this industry will boom. So that's kind of exciting. But yeah, Dr. Sue's amazing. She's, Dr. Sue Sisley.
Dr. Sue Sisley.
SRI. And they're completely nonprofit. So I don't know how they're going to have all the money to do this, but I trust that the industry will find a way to support them. So.
It's SISLEY, I believe, right?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for dropping that. So there's a whole concentrates debate between distillate, hydrocarbon, non-solvent. How do you guys stay together as a unified tribe, as all people who are making various forms of concentrated cannabis or extracts?
So for me, the way that I look at it is I want everyone to have medicine. And I think that should be, paths are many, hash is one.
Yes.
Because you might only like tinctures. You might only like gummies. For me, I call it select spectrum. I like a propane extract because I like what it pulls and what it doesn't pull. And I like the way that the effects feel when I'm consuming it in certain forms. If there's people that are like, I have friends that are like, I don't like doing dabs. It looks like I'm doing hot rails or something like that. You have your different friends that do different things. And I believe that I shouldn't be the one to decide how somebody consumes medicine, only to be able to provide it for people in as many ways as possible.
So Murphy and myself were just having a conversation about this in the car the other day, because I don't like the separation. It makes, like we're all the same family. We all want the medicine. We all want everybody to, be able to survive and not depend on the government's medicine, right? You don't want people out here having fentanyl overdoses and the opioid crisis. And you would rather have people use what nature has already given us, even if it is slightly modified, even if it is slightly enhanced. We're still all of the same family, right? It's like one sister comes out looking different than the other sister. Doesn't mean you don't have the same mom and dad. Doesn't mean we aren't all together, you know? So that's how I think it's really important, and so that we don't shame each other in our own community. There's a lot of, oh, you do rosin, oh, you do this, oh, you do that. And instead we should uplift each other and promote, as Jane said, if you want to do dabs, and I'm going to send you to the best person I know that makes healthy, clean, correct dabs. If you want to do rosin, I'm going to send you to the best person that I know makes clean, healthy rosin, right? Whatever your choice is, if you want psilocybin, whatever, we're going to send you to people that we know are testing it properly. We're going to send you, you know what I mean? It's about us promoting each other in the community and just uplifting, because we are all of the same mom and dad.
At the end of the day, to me, it's about no dogma, because every one of us has a different endocannabinoid system that's ideal for them. Like my first concentrate that I made was actually CO2. I made it for Wham Oil in Seattle back in 2014 when we were. Oh, someone remembers something real old. But yeah, it was like, you know what I'm saying, Wham Oil back in Seattle. But CO2, and at the time, I thought CO2 was great for me. But once I was introduced to bubble hash and really good high quality bubble hash, that's what works for me. And butane no longer worked for me, didn't make my body feel well. However, I'm not going to take my position, and a lot of these arguments play out on Instagram. I'm not going to take that position and waste any time downing anybody's anything, because I've seen many people have a remarkable success with the most phenomenal stuff. And I will say, you're in Spain and you want BHO, you got to get Egyptian, because he's the guy that I know is testing and it's most phenomenal. It may not be for me, but it is, once we are doing enough medicine and we release ourselves from this idea that we have to conform to any given way that anybody else says we have to do it, then we don't have to have those conversations about whether it should be this or this, and rather it's it's a whole pantheon of what's available for everybody. So once you know how to grow your own, if you're not making your own source what is best for your endocannabinoid system, then I think the point is, the conversation is moot.
Agreed.
What's for you is for you.
Agreed.
Thank you. And so with that though, are there benefits, people who like solventless say that, or I'm sorry, some people can't smoke BHO, or I'm sorry, can't smoke solventless because some things are left in a rosin concentrate that are usually extracted in a hydrocarbon. Is that correct? Like people who have asthma and have sensitive lungs, some of my friends tell me they specifically can't smoke hash or live rosin, but they can smoke live resin. It doesn't affect them as
One
bad.
thing that we do in the cannabis industry that's a disservice to everyone involved on both sides, extractors and consumers, is that we come up with dumb names that don't explain anything.
Thank you.
So the title of an extract gives you information about what it will look like, probably the texture of it, and that's probably all. Maybe who made it, but it doesn't give you information about the chemical profile, and the chemical profile is complicated. That's that ingredient list plus the nutritional facts, except with cannabis all we tell you is the THC, which is like the only part that can't hurt you and that doesn't taste like anything and that doesn't hurt when you smoke it, and that is medicinal but is like the safe one. The list of things that are irritants in your lungs, the list of things that are irritants at a very low dose versus things that are irritants only when they get hot. All of that is very complicated and convoluted and personal and not tested for the most part. When we're testing for terpenes, generally the terpenes we're choosing to test for are not the ones that we know are most prevalent in cannabis, but in fact the ones that come on a certified reference standard together, because that makes it easy and cheaper to run the test. It's not information that's for you because you don't know how to ask for it. So when it comes down to like which product you want to smoke, the question is really what kind of dose do you need? And then what kind of product can deliver that dose to you? And so different methods of extraction are going to be able to give you different levels of control over the dose. And the dose is going to apply to every active ingredient in that product, which with cannabis is too many. With mushrooms is an unknown amount, but in that regard, when we talk about microdosing, we don't talk a lot about microdosing mushrooms with an extract versus microdosing with just, I ground up whatever mushrooms I got from my friend Jane, you know, or whatever I have, right? Like, and the difference matters a lot, you know, allegedly, yeah. So, you know, when we're thinking about these different methods of extraction, you know, it does matter a lot to think about what we're concentrating, what we're not concentrating. And generally, the compounds that we'd be looking for in those scenarios of someone having a negative experience usually are the things that are left off. You know, when we think about consuming things that hurt and are hard on your lungs, that could be terpenes, that could be sulfurs, that could be, you know, a lot of different volatile compounds. It could also just be like high wax content that just builds up over time. But we don't test for lipids, and we only test for like maybe 23 to 38 to not that many terpenes. So, and yeah, and then the terpenes don't even, you know, give us the full scope. So each of these methods of extraction can extract different things, but now you have to throw in the statistical variable of depending on how you did it. So now it goes into a spider web out here and a spider web out here of like, what if I do a water hash extraction, but I let it get warm?
Yeah. Choose your own adventure.
What if I do a water hash extraction, but I leave a lot behind? What if I do a water hash extraction, but then I let it warm up in too warm of a place and dry out in a moist environment? You know, like what if I do 7 or 8 or 90 other things correctly or wrong? And so the biggest thing for a consumer when they're looking at like whether or not they have a positive or negative experience is going to be about how consistent that product is. Because what we remember are outliers. What we don't always remember is like every time that you smoked a joint and it did exactly what it was supposed to. And that was it. And then you like got your work done, didn't have a stomachache anymore. You moved on with your life. That's forgettable. It's amazing. And that's what we need it for, but it's forgettable compared to the 1 or 2 times that like I coughed so hard that I barfed and embarrassed myself, you know, at a party. Like those are the, you know, those are the instances where we have to like look at what went wrong. And a lot of times what's in that dose is the piece we don't test for. A lot of these extraction methods will extract the same compounds as each other, but now it's about ratio. And then from that ratio, assuming all things are equal, now how hot did you get it? In your car before you smoked it, in your bong before you hit it, in a cartridge, in a battery that got heated up with a gas station charger. Like there's a million variables that are
What
really,
were your hormones?
yeah. Did you eat
What was on
Italian
my
for lunch?
mind?
Yeah, yeah. So the complexity is infinite, but just like with mushrooms, like whether you would choose an extract or not, whether you would choose a raw product or not, I think it really does come down to like what you're capable of knowing about the product and then going from there. You know, it's really easy to say don't mess with an extract if you know you can't remove the solvent, you know, and then you do something that's safer because it limits a risk. So each of these methods have like a lot of value depending on who you are.
So all methods matter.
All methods matter.
Masha, did you want to speak to that about from the testing angle, or I guess, or from the psilocybin psychedelic side?
So from the testing angle, we're developing a method to test psilocybin and psilocin. So the fruit comes with both. Different composition. It turns to psilocin when it hits your stomach. So sometimes, you know, if we feel like a little nauseous when we take mushrooms, it's because it's working really hard to convert it. But right, you're doing an extraction. And now some people, they will mix it around in their mouth, chew it up really, really fine until your saliva almost turns blue and then swallow it. Honey is like, you know, I know people that use honey as a way. So the mushrooms will sit there for like 4 months and then they go through another process, which is really lemon or vitamin C and lemon tech that really activates the experience. But, you know, with testing, we have a long way. If it's lemon juice,
Because it has lime in it?
Yeah,
right, it could be.
that is correct.
Wow.
So mushrooms have terpenes in them also, but they have it's triterpenes. But we haven't gone there yet. So I think they have flavonoids. We test for flavonoids. So it's just really new, and it's very exciting because we can make comparisons to cannabis, but it's also very different. You know, we know that, but we have to I can't cover 400 compounds. You know, you have to start with 2, and then add a few more, and then add a few more. And I actually met Reggie. Are you in the audience? Is Reggie here from Oakland, Hyphy? And really amazing. He's been doing amazing work with testing, and publishing the methods, which that's unheard of, and science is meant to be shared. And so that's what we all want to try to figure out. This is hard enough. I think the mycology community is very generous. They have meetings, they share genetics, they really share the science. And I think cannabis really got away from that. And much more, and that's for now.
Because I've seen the shift. I've seen
It
the
must be
shift.
the microdoses, but
Yeah.
no, but it's true. Like the mushrooms speak to you. They do. And they tell you. So this is, there's a strain, it's called an enigma, and it's penis envy mixed with something else. It was an accident. And it's now being used to help veterans with PTSD. And all this knowledge is just, it's told. You can't Google it. It's all in underground circles. And you're also not supposed to sell it. So the person that first cultivated it did had the experience, and the mushroom told him that you can't sell it. You have to give it away. So it's something, and it's so cool, right? So I think sharing the testing methods, trying to learn from the lessons that, the lessons in cannabis, and working closely. No, I wasn't. There's no such thing as a mistake. But the lessons and just sharing the science is really important. Yeah.
A lot of the extraction side has been the same way. Everyone in the psilocybin area has been really open as far as methodology and what they've stubbed their toe on already.
What do you think are the best methods that you've seen for psilocybin extraction?
I mean, we took every piece of equipment that we had from cannabis and tried pretty much everything except for rosin. We haven't tried pressing it yet.
Let's just
Yeah.
but this will I get it?
Yeah,
Okay.
ethanol seemed like it was like the one that really kicked in the best. And then once we busted out an ultrasonic on it, that seemed like it worked. But so same with shear thread or shear thrashing homogenizers. They worked really well. We had a bunch of those left over, and they worked just well, breaking down the cell wall and making everything a little more accessible. Alcohol helps break it down a little bit more and get it out of there. And then we usually have to do a secondary refining to do it, either to make it to a crystal or to take it to, we usually use methanol. And then to usually take it to crystal or to make it to like what looks like shatter, which I sent a couple photos of like a couple of the molecules, but yeah, I know, slideshow technology.
And why extract with mushrooms, right? So, well, obviously there's so much cultivation happening right now. They're overgrown right now. Like in Oregon, they're sitting in
no
containers.
electricity.
And so if you get it into an extract, obviously it's easier to ship. It's, you can do more things with it. You can make beverages, gummies, all kinds, allegedly, right?
We make a
everybody
diamond
here has
that's
a DEA
very water
license,
soluble.
right?
You just drop it in water, it'll dissolve. It's great.
A mushroom diamond.
Yes. Which every time I show it to someone, they're like, "Oh, let me grab my dab rig." It's like, no,
Can I
don't do
look
that.
at it right now?
Yeah, can
You know, I might have
You got
one.
a diamond on you?
I don't have one in.
You cannot smoke mushrooms, by the
No,
way,
you can't.
right?
You can't. But
all
everyone
meds,
tries to grab the
no.
diamond and immediately do that. I definitely.
Yeah, it's water soluble.
Yes, but it won't stay stable in water if you leave it in there too long.
Because it'll
spoil.
degrade?
Yeah, it'll degrade real quick. It'll oxidize
And
real
oxidize.
fast. Even if it's an
So
opaque.
you have to like Alka-Seltzer, like you drop and
Yeah.
drink?
Pretty much
Okay.
that.
But you asked like why extract mushrooms, and I think that one thing that the consumers don't always have exposure to is that like extraction is kind of like using a microscope. Like we can just see things clearer when we concentrate them, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're important or that they scale back representatively necessarily. But if we want to study these other compounds, if we want to figure out how fast psilocin actually degrades, like if we want to measure, like right now we know how fast THC will degrade over time based on a whole bunch of conditions, and I can just Google that chart,
right,
and then put my hash in the freezer and be fine. But with mushrooms, we don't have that yet, and a lot of that research is totally reliant upon extraction. So even if the products you never consume are extracted with these methods, they're so important to you for us to figure out how to not give you bunk mushrooms. Which is like everyone cares about not getting bunk mushrooms. This is like we can all agree and start from there, so that's why I extract it.
Right.
Agreed. I want to open it up to the audience for questions, actually, because I can tell people want to ask. Of course.
I've got one. It's really antithetical to start extracting mushrooms because all the goodies are inside the cell wall instead of what Duchess was talking about, where we're collecting something from outside the plant in terms of cannabis. How has that changed your mind, I guess, Marcus, about extraction and the methods that you use and then repurposing equipment?
Well, I was always a single solvent, one thing, and that's the extraction. I guess a little different when it comes to rosin because you're technically pressing it a second time, which is mechanical separation. But usually I just do one kind of separation, and then it's all about post-production. So this has kind of changed my method a lot because now I have to do one separation to do a breaking down the cell wall and getting what I need, and then another one to isolate it. Also couldn't do it all without my buddy Wolfgang Stone. Shout out Wolfgang Stone. I wish he was on the panel with us, but he's not. But he's kind of been the one who's been I'd say streamlining a lot of the processes. And it's been a lot like distillate and a lot of the sense in the back end production of it. But the front end's just been, a lot like ethanol extraction. But same thing, filtering out color, a lot of the same thing. But yeah, it's definitely changed my mindset as far as production goes, just because now it's a two-part, no matter what, process.
One thing I always think about is when I'm comparing like mushroom experimentation versus cannabis is that cannabis is very forgiving. Like you can fail at growing the weed very well and then still like extract it and get something and be bad at that and get, pesticides in it and still remediate it and still fix it and still fix it. You get like 7 or 9 chances to get something out of it. And with mushrooms, sometimes they talk to you and they tell you what to do. And sometimes they're just like, not mushrooms anymore. And you ruined a whole bunch of them for nothing. And so the learning curve is harder and faster, I think, with mushrooms. Compared to cannabis, where people did get to get by on something that was just okay for a while. So, the reason that a lot of us have this graveyard of equipment lying around is because we didn't have to, think it all the way through. With cannabis, we could just buy pieces and add it on and see what happens. And with mushrooms, they're kind of like, maybe you should have a plan. But and follow it all the way through. So it teaches us to be a little bit more critical, I think, of our own process, because you don't get as much room for error with something that is degrading, before you realize it, before you can get it to the lab to test.
And purchase your used equipment at kimchicks.com.
Trade secret.
I saw you had a question. Yeah.
Well, I would say the sugar for sure. Just knowing the chemistry, the presence of glucose reduces the potency of the psilocin. And so chocolate is different. So if it's made well, like I have a friend, Charles, are you here with Pizzo? Roseville? No, he's out of Jamaica, legal Jamaican cultivator. That's the only place where you can legally grow right now. But anyway, so he makes the chocolate and he uses the cacao that's grown in Jamaica. It's all indigenous. And then he has a special process where he puts everything together. And the same thing I've heard, there's sacred cacao rituals that really goes back to the Aztecs, the Apaches. That's where we want to go. We want to start at the source and, with cacao. And intentions. I think cacao is the catalyst for the psilocybin. I think it's some sort of a carrier.
I think you're dealing with the acidity too.
Yeah.
Which is probably better.
It's good for it. It removes the oxygen too.
Yeah, just keeping it a little more shelf stable compared to something like sugar that's just gonna.
Right.
Really
And it doesn't homogenize, right? So when in cannabis, we test edibles in Florida, it's super strict. We have to test it 3 times. You have to homogenize it. First, if you get gummies, you have to first test one, then homogenize the entire jar. And then, yeah. And so it's such a crazy process. And we test a lot of chocolate as well. And and with mushrooms, because it's so new, you could get a mushroom chocolate bar and then one square could have a certain amount and then another square could have another amount. I mean, my dog ate half my mushroom chocolate bar like 2 weeks ago, and I was freaking out. And I was like, oh my God, is he going to start tripping? But no, he was fine. So, of course, I ate the other half. And I was like, well, what's going to happen to me? But it
We're
is
in
just
this
so,
together.
it's so much trial and error. It's just trial and error. And I mean, like, I experiment on myself. I don't know. Some people do, but so with the sugars, anything in sugar, I'd say not a great carrier. And gummies, like we test so many gummies and so many of them are just sprayed. They're not in, so again, doesn't homogenize. You're not getting the same consistency and it's not ideal. Although people love gummies, it's a quick, that's like, my grandma, give her some gummies, like, I mean, it's a,
People like what's familiar.
Right. It's easier what's familiar, but yeah, the product and the way it's made, that really matters.
I was gonna say, as somebody just sharing a little bit of my story that has like intestinal issues, I never knew about microdosing as like a lifestyle type of thing. And so I tried originally in like a chocolate or something like that, but it's hard to properly dose yourself. It's hard to find out, how much did you really eat for the next time, right? Also, I don't think it's really good for us as a people to say, hey, eat all of this chocolate and it's going to make you feel better. I just don't think that that is a healthy way to really promote what mushrooms are there for the properties, for the psilocybin,
But chocolate's good for good chocolate's good for you.
Oh yeah, good chocolate, good.
Like Hershey.
Good chocolate is good for you. Okay, I'm a testimony. I'm a testimony. Okay, I am chocolate. I'm a testimony that it works. But I mean it in the fact of if you are just learning how to dose yourself, if you're just learning. I'm speaking to the Florida community, right? When you guys are just having this and just kind of coming into it. To go back to your point, I just don't think I'm with her that is the best way for you to find out how to properly dose yourself, what works for you. The rawest form of it is probably the better form so that you don't have all of those other additives, because as she was talking about too, when you take all those other variables, now how do you know what you really had, right? And then, I don't know, like if it all depends, especially with gummies and stuff, all of that sugar is just not healthy for you in general, and I know it tastes bad. Some people say like, oh, I don't want to, eat a mushroom because it tastes like dirt. I get it, right? But if you have somebody that's a good friend of yours, allegedly, that will ground them and put them in pills for you, like my good friend, then it is a lot better because I microdosed this morning.
Me too.
I feel good. My stomach's feeling good. I'm enjoying my day. But I know what I took. I know that I took one, you know what I mean? And then if I take another one, now I'm getting into macro. I'm no longer microing anymore, right? Now I'm like in it for a good time. But my health properties are there this morning. So that is, I think, just know your own self, know your body.
I think the fact that it doesn't homogenize is should really not be understated too. With cannabis, we do have the benefit of, for example, your cannabis edibles, you don't see us put weed in them anymore. We left, but we always are extracting it, and then now dissolving it in a carrier, and that carrier is hopefully fat-based so that you can, absorb it easily, but not always. So with something like a gummy, something like a hard candy, there's a reason you see certain types of products out there. There's a reason why certain other types of products are less popular. And the science, hasn't caught up to support all of that. So for example, like beverages are a big problem with cannabis because what we have is the solution separating because it doesn't dissolve well in water. And most of your beverages are kind of water. And then what else is in the water? Oh, sugar. Neither of those things are miscible with your cannabis oil. And so the testing was really problematic because the oil would line the containers. So then you drink it and it's all just in the container, like an overpriced bottle of lotion. You just that's it. And, and so for a consumer, we have all these consumers walking around saying, I can drink 100 milligrams and nothing happens. You're not drinking 100 milligrams. but we're telling you you are. So this is a big problem where we can be wrong. And so the fact that, you know, now the mushrooms won't even homogenize in the first place, let alone, you know, to get into the packaging and the distribution, and am I good at mixing gummies, or, you know, all of these other factors, we don't have a good reason to believe that we can give you good information yet. We can give you some information. We just all have to live on the same plane of like, this information is in flux, you know?
We just started putting that extract into mushroom gummies, but then again, we haven't tested them. But I mean,
That's right. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Mush
Yeah, let's
fight.
do it. Send them over.
I'm
back,
down.
please. Please let the Elvis
I might have
know.
some, yes.
I know there was another
Oh,
question.
yeah.
Okay, there's a few. I saw you first. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
So for cannabis, there was a discussion I saw about which type of oil or fat is most effective at removing the most cannabinoids from flour. And they were comparing, they did a test comparing coconut oil to
MCT.
butter. What do you guys think is, you guys think there's a difference in what's most effective for a home, you know, hobby, like?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that's really important to keep in mind, especially with studies like that one, is that it goes right back to chemical profile. How easy it is to dissolve the acidic cannabinoids versus the neutral ones is a big difference, especially when we're talking about that, like, you know, that really heavy extraction with those fats. They don't have a huge, you know, range for that solvency in the first place. And so then if you're trying to dissolve something like these crystalline acids, it can be a little bit harder to get them to fully incorporate. So, you know, whether or not you decarboxylate that flour before you try to extract it matters a lot. That also matters. Right. Sure. So in that case, you know, what you've got to keep in mind about solvents is that they're flexible. There's a range, right? So how much of something they can dissolve is influenced by a lot of different parameters. So if you keep that oil really warm, it's going to allow it to keep more things dissolved over time versus oil being really cold. You know, think about washing your hands, cold water versus warm water, you know. Another thing that's going to impact that is just like the diversity of the other compounds that you're dissolving against. So if those trichomes are coated with a really thick, waxy cuticle, it makes it harder to get at all the goods that are inside of them for an oil that is not good at dissolving a thick, waxy cuticle. And whether or not you have a thick, waxy cuticle, well, that's just a personal situation. It could change, you know, one cuticle to the next. And so there's a lot of those factors that, you know, you kind of have to influence all at once, you know, sort of baking style. And so being able to warm up the material first, I think, is helpful. Being able to warm up the oil first and keep it warm, being able to control those temperatures. Then you talk about the types of oil you're using. Vegetable oil can get very hot. Coconut oil, don't do that. You know, it doesn't tolerate that heat very well. And if you do overheat any of those oils, now their efficacy changes because their chemical profile changed, you know, and now you have all of these other factors to consider. And so it is all on a curve. You know, it's like a roller coaster that you're driving instead of riding. And so you've got to kind of control for all of those different areas. The safest thing, if you want to do this as a consumer at home, is to give yourself, you know, a window for error. And so the lowest temperature possible for the longest amount of time possible gives you a lot of range within, you know, being able to not overcook anything. You can always reheat it a little more. Going backwards, you can do it, but just forget that that's a possibility because it's not that fun. So, you know, you want to be able to always like add to it. Then the next factor you have to keep in mind is how are you going to eat it? Are you going to incorporate it into a food that you're going to reheat again? Sometimes you don't want, you know, to, you know, prepare for that decarboxylation aspect. So it's really tricky. If you want it to be fast and efficient, decarbing your material first will help, but then you're going to extract a bunch of other things that are going to taste like decarbed material. So, you know, there's a lot of factors to play into that. But yes, every single one of those oils is like using, you know, water at a different temperature or, you know, like different, all these, they're basically different solvents each time.
I would like to ask Duchess, what do you think about that? Because I've watched you do some of like your rolling and stuff like that, and how you kind of wanted to
Partially
decarb,
decarb it.
yeah, a
Mhm.
little bit
Mhm.
before you start, actually rolling it, and how you do your temperature at a certain temperature and let it cool a little bit. And so,
Well, the whole idea about decarbing. By the way, I'm listening to you talk about that. I hear saying extractions, but that seems more of an infusion rather than an
So technically, it is an extraction
Uh,
because we're taking it
things
away
away
from
from
the
it,
plant
but then we're putting
material.
it into something
And
else.
and yeah, so
Okay.
because here's the thing,
First process.
tincture doesn't mean dropper bottle.
Doesn't.
It means dissolve
It's
into a
something.
thing,
It's
you
an
know?
alcohol.
So yeah, it's just it's a nuance, you know?
It's a
It's
nuance.
alchemy and some other chemistry.
I was just want to hear that. So
Harry Potter language.
I'm partially decarbing because as you know, a lot of times we think, oh, this plant is high THC, but we're really meaning it's a high THCA plant because when you're testing and you get your lab test, you're gonna see your THC numbers are gonna be like 6%, and your THCA number is gonna be a whole lot more than that. And when I'm saying 6%, I'm talking about hash. I'm sorry.
Yes,
That's about
yes.
flower. But and so at that time, a lot of times people are saying, of course, like once you take, you're heating it, so it's making that conversion to THC, but it's not making it fast enough. If you look at those graphs that show how THCA converts to THC, it's not happening in the 2 seconds that dab is happening. So I have found from both looking at the science in that way and the experience of it, when you at least partially decarb it, it hits you in your face harder. It's already super bioavailable. There's a lot of THC. So it's not 6%. You're looking at like, it might be 35% that you're hitting immediately at that time. So that's the reason why I'm doing that. I don't know much more about food because I'm not an edibles kind of person. As much as I can smoke, 15 milligrams, and I'm like,
If it gets you higher, that's a good reason.
I'm
I
saying
feel like, yeah.
I can't handle it.
So thank you for, I just wanted to answer, to ask that question for maybe if somebody else had it in the audience. But I'm somebody that loves edibles. And yes, it is. But I think that transferring them through fat is always better because fat hits your body faster, right? So if you transfer it through a butter or something like that, it's gonna hit your endocannabinoid system faster than anything else would, and it's going to latch onto it faster, and it's going to hold on to it, so you're going to have a longer high. It's going to linger a little bit longer than you would if you just for example, maybe just ate a gummy or something like that. I also think experiment for yourself, and then also learn from the people before you. There are so many videos out there of people that have actually read that same article that you're talking about, and they've tried it themselves, and they've posted it somewhere, and somebody's reshared it, and use the community and our wins and losses, our successes and our failures to kind of, so that you don't have to recreate the wheel, right? Somebody before you has already done it, seen it fail. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. Do the research first and then execute.
Yeah, I would add to that too. One option that you do have at home, there are still plenty of like potency oriented tests that are relatively simple to do. And if you have the ability to prep and understand, an oil infusion or a simple alcohol extraction at home, you have the capacity to do a simple TLC strip test. You have the capacity to do a simple indicator test, like what we're going to try out with mushrooms with Oakland Hyphae. Like, testing analytics is extraction. Breaking news, but it's the exact same processes. So if you can do an extraction, you can do a test. And so the best way to learn is through experience, but informed experience. And so, you do have indicator tests available to you, which would be able to tell you at least if you're mostly D9 versus THCA. And you wouldn't need a number to reflect that. You would just want to see it flip. You just want to see it go from that THCA down to D9. Is it homogenized? Do you want a 10-pound sample?
No, I don't want a 10-pound sample. So That's a great question. That's one of the things that varies the most from labs is sample prep, right? So maybe it's a 1 gram sample for that test, but let's say you want to run potency and terpenes and flavonoids and heavy metals and all these other things. And all you care about is quick turnaround. And our commitment is to get the lab results out 3 to 5 days. Well, we figured out, wow, if we ask for a little bit of a bigger sample size, then we can run those tests consecutively and then put all the results together. And then people started complaining that the sample sizes were too big. So first they were complaining that, it took too long. Then the sample sizes were too big. Yeah. So it's all, and we're always like, oh, okay, So, I mean, we only do the best that we can, but there's going to be adjustments there. So sample sizes vary, and that's all I can say. But
Can I give you an analogy?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason that your sample size has to be big is because of how hard it is to answer this question. If you wanted to sample a big, giant hamburger with all the ingredients, it's got the tomato, it's got the lettuce, it's got the crunchy onions, it has the sauce on both sides. If you wanted the best bite of that to sample that hamburger, where would you take it from? How do you get it from the middle if you have a hamburger that is reproduced? Now you need to sample every hamburger in a room, and there's a whole bunch of them. How do you get the middle of every single one of those hamburgers? And so you could either blend all of those hamburgers together into mush, and then she can take 0.5 gram from you, and it's no problem. And she can run, 10 tests, and she'll be fine. But if you can't give us a homogeneous sample, then we can't. And so some products are chili, and you could just take any old spoonful, and it's probably fine. But some products are really complicated, and that corner bite might not be representative. And then, how do I know if it's a corner bite? You don't. And so, sample size is about sample process, and what that product is going to be.
We see a lot. Go ahead.
So on,
Okay. Yeah, they were waiting.
Okay. I can't see you. Okay. I did not look this direction. That's my bad. Where's the question?
No, nope, no more. Questions answered, apparently.
Okay.
so on that note, the cap and the stem are gonna have ratios of psilocybin and psilocin, right? And on each mushroom, you're gonna have a different ratio of cap to stem. Do you homogeneize a certain thing and then just say, here's, you have a mushroom, here's or
That's the argument for extraction. Yeah.
Well, I was looking at the lab results from Oakland Hyphy. They did that study, caps versus stems, the potencies, and it depends on the genetics too. And it seems like, it was a generalization. Oh, caps are more potent than stems. That's kind of a myth. Yeah, that's not true.
It's also about knowing your own body. What do you like?
But that's not why.
So we're gonna.
All right, we're wrapping up.
Yeah.
Lunch fight happening
If
right
you
now?
guys, I've
Live and in person. Like, Laurel, are you getting this? Are you seeing this? Okay.
been given 15 minutes over, so I'm sorry, but if you guys want to keep the convo going out there, but I would like to thank everyone for coming. Thank our fabulous speakers. Thank our audience. Thank you for the good questions.
Mush fight. You can ask us there. We'll have to multitask.
Yes,